Shows how little you know politics.
Choose your destiny.
You can go left or you go right. You can go forward, but never ever back.
I want to hear your thoughts.
Good evening, my little one. I shall make you psychotic.
Mommy, what does psychotic mean?
I want to hear your thoughts.
Choose your destiny.
You can go left or you go right. You can go forward, but never ever back.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? KCE, King Chaka. Yeah. Woke up. I ain't feeling your side.
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, an educated public cannot be controlled. Learn to be active. Reviews and events expressed here are totally whack, not necessarily the views of anyone. ¿Cómo estás? Bien? ¿Podemos ayudarnos más? Si se puede. Don't take my word for it. Look that mess up. Yeah. What they say, better late than never. They say never late is better. I was thinking about that right before I started the show. And I was thinking about Pet Cemetery, and the guy says, sometimes dead is better. Sometimes dead is better. Anyways, that's my morbid mind. Really love all those Stephen King stuff. I read so many of them books, like probably 40 books by this guy I read. Got addicted to him back in the days. Horror fiction in general. I read a good amount of Dean Koontz too. And I read Richard Bateman, which is Stephen King's pen name. Like, anyways, a lot of horror fiction bubbling around in my brain. And I really like the old movie, the Pet Cemetery movie, and then they did a remake of it some years back, and the remake was okay too. It was all right. It didn't disappoint me because as long as they follow the story, original Stephen King story, then you pretty much can't mess it up if you follow the story. But it was almost like the same movie, so if you saw the first one, then you don't really need to see the remake. Or if you saw it, I would see the original one. I think that one is better. I just like it better. But the remake of it was okay too. Anyway, so the name of the show is "The World Will Be Destroyed by Fire." I meant to put by fire. I didn't put that in the title. I had to do this really. This was a rush job. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. Let's go to this though, because this is a Bible verse. In case you didn't already know. So let's look at this. What is this? Let me clear that. Am I sharing? Can y'all hear me? What is this? Let me clear that. Okay. Let me look at this screen. So it says, "Dear friends, this is the second letter I have written to you. In both of them, I have tried to get you to remember some things. You should remember the words that were spoken before by the holy early preachers. Do not forget the teaching of the Lord, the one who saves. This was given to you by your missionaries. First of all, I want you to know that in the last days, men will laugh at the truth. They will follow their own sinful desires. They will say, 'He promised to come again. Where is he?' Since our early fathers died, everything is the same from the beginning of the world. But they want to forget that God spoke and the heavens were made long ago. The earth was made out of water, and water was all around it. Long ago, the earth was covered with water, and it was destroyed. But the heaven we see now and the earth we live on now have been kept by his word. They will be kept until they are destroyed by fire. They will be kept until the day men stand before God and sinners will be destroyed." So hold on, let me see. It goes on. How much of this do I want to read? Dear friends, remember this one thing. Thank you. Dear friends, remember this one thing. With the Lord, one day is as 1,000 years, and 1,000 years as one day. The Lord is not slow about keeping his promises, as some people think. He is waiting for you. The Lord does not want any persons to be punished forever. He wants all people to be sorry for their sins and turn from them. The day of the Lord will come as a robber comes. The heavens will pass away with a loud noise. The sun and moon and stars will burn up. The earth and all that is in it will be burned up. Since all these things are to be destroyed in this way, you should think about the kind of life you're living. It should be a holy and godlike. You should look for the day of God to come. You should do what you can to make it come soon. At that time, the heavens will be destroyed by fire, and the sun and moon and stars will melt away with much heat. We are looking for what God has promised, which are new heavens and new earth. Only what is right and good will be there. So that's the line I'm looking for right here. So it says, I'm going to copy this part, number 12, and paste it in the comments. And I'm going to read that passage again. It says, you should look for the day of God to come. You should do what you can to make it come soon. At that time, the heavens will be destroyed by fire, and the sun and moon and stars will melt away with much heat. We are looking for what God has promised, which are new heavens and a new earth. Only what is right and good will be there. So the heavens will be destroyed by fire. That's what I wanted to kind of focus on a bit here. Because I meant to do the world will be destroyed by fire. That to be the title. And I got to thinking about it today because I was talking to someone and we were talking about the heat and how hot it is. And then, like I was saying before, like you talk to someone and they're like, yeah, it's hot, but I can remember it being hot before, or this hot before. Like, I'd be like, look for a native Houstonian. I'm from Houston. I'm native Houston, born and raised in Houston. So I'm like looking for someone else from Houston. And I'm like, hey, so do you remember it being this hot before? And some people say, yeah. And then, like I say, I talked to some people today and they were like, yeah, I do remember it being this hot, but I don't remember it being this hot for so long. Like the duration of the heat, as far as like the number of days without rain, the number of days in 3-digit temperatures, like back to back to back to back to back to back. And that's different. At least that's what they were saying. And that's what I was thinking too, because I was like, I do remember, but I don't remember it being like this. Like, this seems different. And then it's like we got to talk, and then we were talking about how like people are mean to each other, people are terrible, terrible to each other. And it's like I was saying that, I believe humans, we're naturally altruistic, you know, like we're naturally. So whenever there's a disaster, that's the problem though. Whenever there's a disaster, people tend to come together and help each other, and look out for each other, try to preserve life and basically being nice to each other and putting themselves at risk for this. But as soon as things get back to normal, then we're back at each other's throats. Like, I don't know if that's the way it has been forever for humans. I can't really say, but I just don't feel like that's right. I feel like somehow things are out of balance when it comes to that. Like, us being the way that we are, so selfish, so like, uncaring, just looking out for yourself, your friends, your family, or whatever, you know, not caring about others at all, stepping on others to get where you need to go or whatever, That's what I see. And I feel like it's not right. That's the reason why I live my life the way that I do. And I try to set examples that not everyone is that way, Not everyone is just wants to make money, like by any means necessary. Like, talking about the means justify the ends, you know. No, I don't think that way. And it seems like people like me are far and few between. I really do believe that, I mean, that's been my witness. I mean, if you guys don't think like that, let me know so I can hear other people saying things like that, that they actually care for other people, people they don't even know, other humans, we're all connected. We're all connected, mentally, without a doubt. There's this movie, Children of Men. I've mentioned it before in this show because this movie had a great impact on me, and I watched it again recently. But it's like people can't make babies anymore, and it's like the youngest person on the planet is like 18, 19 years old or something like that. And the world is just going to crap. War everywhere, destruction everywhere. People are just losing it. It's because the idea starts setting in that humans they're gonna go extinct, And then once that idea sets in, then nothing really matters anymore, And that's very revealing, because if people are so selfish and all they care about is themselves, then why would you care if the world is coming to an end, if there's no more humans born? Why would you care? Just look out for yourself, and look out for your friends and family like you have been doing, and go on about your life the same way. But the truth is, you won't. Most people won't. Maybe there'll be some, the most vile of us, but the majority of us are going to be shook by that thought of, humans not being here no more. And you're going to just start feeling like nothing matters, because it matters that your lineage continues. It matters that humans are still here, that something is left for them. So then that's outside of yourself. It's like the idea of planting a tree that you can never feel the shade of, but just knowing in your heart and soul that someone will enjoy that shade one day. Anyway, so I just want you guys to think about that. Think about others. Think about others enjoying the shade that you created. Others that you will never know. And I wanted to see if there was another version of this verse. Where did we get this from, anyways? Which Bible? New Life Version. Let's see. They got King James Version. Oh, they're gonna make me do a trial. Let's see. Do they have it? I don't see it in the King James Version. Probably gotta type it in. And the earth will be destroyed by fire. Hold on, y'all. So that was Peter 3:10. Open Bible info. Where's the one that shows all the different Bibles and the different versions? Let me see. I don't see it, the one I'm looking for. I really like to do this before, have this ready before I start the show, but I didn't have time. I'm about to move on because this is taking too long. Let's just look at this one right here. I don't even know what it's from. God will destroy earth by fire, Peter 3:7. But the same word, the heavens and earth that now exist are stored up for fire, being kept until the day of judgment and destruction of the ungodly. It says, but the day of the Lord will come like a thief, and then the heavens will pass away with a roar, and the heavenly bodies will be burned up and dissolved, and the earth and the works that are done on it will be exposed. It says, for behold, the day is coming, burning like an oven, when all the arrogant and all evildoers will be stubble. The day that is coming shall set them ablaze, says the Lord of hosts, so that it will leave them neither root nor branch. Read one more. This is not okay. It's just like the one I read earlier. Revelations, let's see this one. Then I saw a new heaven and a new earth, for the first heaven and the first earth had passed away, and the sea was no more. I ain't gonna lie, Revelations is my favorite book of the Bible. I've read that one multiple times. It's just a kind of pleasurable read. I don't know. Person like me, I'm crazy. Morbid. You know, understand that I've studied multiple religions, and I don't really like. The reason why I use the Bible is because it's the one that more people are familiar with and more people identify with. But we can find similar words in other holy books. It's going to say almost the same thing. You have to wonder when you have passages that are very similar in different holy books. You should wonder, where did it come from? Why do we use it? I really apologize for being late. It's going to have a huge impact on the show, but we're going to keep it moving. Am I sharing? Let me make sure y'all can hear me. It's going to have a huge impact. I use these clips anyway, so it doesn't even matter No one is watching. Let me open up Rumble because it may be people there. So I can make sure that I'm keeping track of this too. Okay. We're good. We're good. All right. Let's get into this right here. It says locked ER doors, lawsuits, and an indicted leader inside Houston's UMMC hospital and its downfall. It says a Houston Fire Department crew rolled up into United Memorial Medical Center with a woman who needed emergency care late one night in August 2021 as COVID patients flocked to emergency rooms citywide. Dispatchers had told the crew the hospital was busy, but the patient insisted on going to UMMC because it was within walking distance of her home. When the fire department crew approached the emergency room doors, they stopped. The ER doors were locked. NH Houston Fire Department supervisor saw one person in the waiting room. It says, "We are busy," a UMMC staff member told the Houston Fire Department supervisor, according to a transcript of an audio recording documented by the Centers of Medicare and Medicaid Services. "At hospitals, we don't sit in the parking lot," the supervisor replied. "They let us come inside." An unidentified woman responded, "Then they start to be our responsibility." That episode is one example of the repeated deficiencies regulators uncovered at United Memorial Medical Center in Houston, a small for-profit hospital near Acres Homes that continues to operate despite a history of safety failures during the pandemic and despite legal trouble surrounding their business and its leader. That's terrible. Just imagine if you was in a life or death situation and you went to the ER and the doors were locked. That should not ever happen. Let's read this. It says, before the fall, after years of the little media attention, UMMC became a focal point of Houston's pandemic response and was thrust into the national spotlight. It was the first healthcare provider to offer free drive-through testing in Houston and partnered with the city to operate some of the largest mass testing and vaccination sites in the area. Peak success. It says numerous public officials, including Mayor Sylvester Turner and the U.S. Representative Sheila Jackson Lee, appeared alongside the UMMC leaders during news conferences to support the hospital's testing and vaccination efforts. Beyonce donated through her charity. The city steered $33 million toward UMMC to manage testing sites. The fall, it says, but by January 2022, UMMC had racked up so many safety violations that it became one of only 9 Texas hospitals in the last decade to lose its Medicare contract involuntarily. The same month, the hospital lost its ability to receive payments for Medicaid patients. The violations. Among the deficiencies regulators found, nurses who lacked the proper certification, medical students were allowed to function in key roles with little supervision. More than 14,000 medical records were stored in an unlocked metal warehouse, which the staff called the barn, and a boxcar behind the hospital. The violations. UMMC repeatedly failed to abide by infection control standards. Patients and regulators both encountered locked ER doors on multiple occasions, including one instance when a woman called 911 because she couldn't get inside. The CEO, UMMC, has stayed open while its leader, Saeed Rizwan Mehuddin, contends with the federal indictment from 2018 on charges that include wire fraud and bank fraud. A lawsuit filed in 2019 accused him of engaging in an elaborate scheme to avoid paying his creditors. What next? Today, UMMC officials seek to hand off their business to new owners as they battle a flurry of lawsuits. Since the hospital lost its contract, 10 different entities, including a school district and companies that provide the hospital with medical equipment, have said UMMC owes them combined $2.3 million. So you know what's going to happen. The name's going to change. Owners will probably change, and practices will probably stay the same. You know, one of the clues is it said it's near Acres Homes. So anybody from Houston knows that area. It's not the best area, you know, and certain groups live in that area, you know. So that's part of it. But I didn't know, you know, I always thought a memorial, anything with memorial in its name in Houston related to a hospital was a good hospital, you know. Children's Memorial Hospital is a great hospital. Or it was in the past. I mean, I haven't had to deal with them in a long time, but it's really, really, really sad. This is such a sad story right here. Let's read some comments. It says, shut them down, fire the supervisor who made that comment, and all who blocked her up, who backed her up. Another comment, it says, UMMC or their other names, 1960 Physician Associate and BMC, to avoid backlash, always short-staffed, and they always let go of people due to personal issues. Another comment, it says, always thought their spokesperson was sketchy. Another comment, it says, nobody even knows UMMC. Another comment, it says, being supported by Sylvester and Sheila Jackson Lee is all you need to know about the corruption and failure. Another comment, it says, this is horrifying. Yeah. This is a terrible, 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 terrible story. I'm going to come back to this because I need a chance to kind of catch my breath a bit and settle in. I don't know how long I'm going to be on today because I'm so late. And my eyes are already burning. I worked all day today and I got to work all day tomorrow. So, oh yeah, the debate happened this week. Oh, I need to go to the other page because everything is there. I'm trying to build up this backup YouTube page, so I even been watching the video. I've been working on my algorithm. Yep, it's actually been kind of fun to see how it reacts to the videos I watch and the pages I subscribe to. Really interesting stuff. It's like a little pet project I got going on. Yep, Fukushima nuclear power plant released treated radioactive water into the ocean. Probably going to cover that. I want a video to play to give me a chance to get it together here. I'm trying to decide on what I'm going to play here. Let's do the biggest moments from the GOP debate. Let's do that. Okay, I'm sharing.
The debate. There's an arena there it is, the arena in Milwaukee where the 8 GOP presidential hopefuls took the stage last night. It was a heated debate covering a wide range of topics, including the candidate who was not there, Rachel Scott, in Milwaukee, with the highlights for us. Good morning, Rachel.
Robin, good morning. With Donald Trump sitting this debate out, his closest rival, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, was bracing for an onslaught of attacks. But in the end, it was a political newcomer, entrepreneur Vivek Ramaswamy, who was the top target.
Overnight, a heated and combative Republican debate. 8 candidates facing off for the first time and not holding back.
I'm the only person on the stage who isn't bought and paid for.
Going back and forth being childish is not helpful to the American people to decide on the next leader of our country.
This is exactly why Margaret Thatcher said, if you want something said, ask a man. If you want something done, ask a woman.
But the candidate drawing the most attention and criticism, Vivek Ramaswamy, the 38-year-old entrepreneur and fierce defender of Trump, recently seeing a rise in the polls.
I'm not sure I exactly understood Mike Pence's comment, but I'll let you all parse that out. For me, it's pretty simple. That's something a U.S. president can do with focus, and I'll deliver on it.
Well, let me explain it to you. Zach, if I can. I'll go slower this time. We don't need to bring in a rookie. We don't need to bring in people without experience.
It was Ramaswamy's first debate.
You have no foreign policy experience, and it shows.
And you know what? The foreign policy experience that you all have.
The businessman tried to address his lack of political experience early on.
Who the heck is this skinny guy with a funny last name, and what the heck is he doing in the middle of this debate stage? I'll tell you, I'm not a politician.
That line later called down by former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie.
I've had enough already tonight of a guy who sounds like ChatGPT standing up here. And the last person in one of these debates, Brett, who stood in the middle of the stage and said, "What's a skinny guy with an odd last name doing up here?" was Barack Obama.
But the candidate who earned the center spot on the stage, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, did not stand out from the rest of the pack.
Our country is in decline. This decline is not inevitable. It's a choice. We need to send Joe Biden back to his basement.
The sparring on stage ranged from foreign policy to clashing over abortion restrictions.
But just to be clear, Governor, would you sign a 6-week ban federally?
I'm going to stand on the side of life.
I am on the record, and I stand behind that we should not have a federal abortion ban.
We need to stop demonizing this issue.
But there was some consensus. Nearly every single candidate agreed former Vice President Mike Pence did the right thing on January 6th. DeSantis ready to move on.
I kept my oath to the Constitution that day. There's no more important duty. So answer the question.
I've answered this before.
So yes.
Why are we? Mike did his duty. I got no beef with him. But here's the thing: is this what we're going to be focusing on
I'm relieved.
going forward? The rehashing of this.
About an hour into the debate, the focus turned to the candidate who was not on the stage, the frontrunner, former President Donald Trump, now facing 4 indictments and 91 charges.
Would you still support him as your party's choice? Please raise your hand if you would.
Almost all of the candidates eventually raising their hands.
Whether or not you believe that the criminal charges are right or wrong, the conduct is beneath the office of President of the United States. And you know, this is the great thing about this country. Booing is allowed, but it doesn't change the truth. It doesn't change the truth.
Christie was booed multiple times for going after the former president. Trump sat this debate out entirely, instead releasing a pre-recorded interview with a conservative talk show host as his rivals look to get back on the campaign trail today. The former president is preparing to surrender to authorities in Georgia.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more...
Hope that ding don't get me. Yeah, man. It was... people say political theater. That's political theater all day. You know, it was pretty funny, though. You know, I wish I would have had more time. I was watching some of the stuff when I did have time, and it was pretty funny to me. And, you know, I'm a political geek, so I kind of be getting into it. It's pretty funny. I saw some memes. The memes that came out of it was like a lot of them was making fun of Ron DeSantis. I don't know why. He wasn't the standout in the thing, but the internet was on his head, man. It was so hilarious. Like one of them was talking about how like he raised his hand. He looked around to see what everyone else was doing before he raised his hand when they asked that question about Trump. I think it was the Trump question. What was it? He said a line in there that stood out that the internet jumped on. It was like, what did he say? Dang it, I can't remember now. Let's see. I might have it here. These are gonna be the same. What did he say? He said, what did he say? But it was the look on his face after what he said that made the memes, you know, Like he didn't even believe his own words. Like this guy, man, empty suit, you know, and then Nikki Haley talking about, she threw the woman thing in there. You see on the thing, like, so she's the only woman up there, and then everyone has like dark colored suit on, and then she's got like this light blue outfit on. She's like completely trying to stand out. And she threw the thing about Margaret Thatcher. So it's all like women power type thing or whatever. A lot of people like Nikki Haley, though. Who's to say, like, what will happen if somehow Trump falls out of the race? Then who would it be? I was saying in the other show, don't sleep on Pence. This dude is polling horribly, though. And the Asian guy, I can't even say his name. The one that they were saying, the skinny guy, and then Chris Christie made the joke that he was trying to, and they study all this stuff. So him saying that line definitely knew that came from Barack Obama. So why was he aligning himself with Barack Obama there? That's kind of, I don't know, kind of weird, because if he's running as a Republican, and Obama was a Democrat, and but then too, you did have a lot of Republican voters who ended up switching, who voted for Obama, because it was like Bush, Obama, Trump. So you got a number of voters who voted for those people. The same people voted for those people. So maybe he was looking, maybe he had the pundits. He seems like a guy that will really listen to the analyst people, and maybe they were telling him, you should be reaching out for those people who voted for Obama too, that are on the right or whatever, Republicans. I don't know. But a lot of people like this guy, so he might be the one.
Our country is in decline. This decline is not inevitable. It's a choice. We need to send Joe Biden back to his basement and reverse American decline.
You all signed a pledge to support the eventual Republican nominee. If former President Trump is convicted in a court of law, would you still support him as your party's choice? Please raise your hand if you would.
See, DeSantis kind of hesitating and looking around, and then slowly raising his hand. And you got Chris Christie. Christie got a personal vendetta against Trump. Like Trump kind of laid him out to dry some years ago, and Chris Christie, he still has a thing, a personal thing against Trump. That's probably why he didn't raise his hand. It looks like he kind of did a little at the end there.
I mean, look, Joe Biden has weakened this country at home and abroad. Now is not the time for on-the-job training. We don't need to bring in a rookie. We don't need to bring in people without experience. We need to bring.
Do you believe in human behavior is causing climate change? Raise your hand if you do.
Look, we're not school children. Let's have the debate. I mean, I'm happy to take it to start.
Answer the question.
As somebody that's handled disasters in Florida, you got to be activated. You've got to be there. You've got to be present.
I've had enough already tonight of a guy who sounds like ChatGPT standing up here.
I think that was one of the coolest lines that came out of it.
This is exactly why Margaret Thatcher said, if you want something said, ask a man. If you want something done, ask a woman.
Can't we have a
We know who she's looking for to support her campaign.
Minimum standard in every state in the nation that says when a baby is capable of feeling pain, an abortion cannot be allowed?
Don't make women feel like they have to decide on this issue when you know we don't have 60 Senate votes in the House.
70% of the American people support legislation
But
to ban
70%
abortion
of the
after a
Senate
baby is
does
capable
not.
of experiencing pain.
I don't know where he got those numbers from, because I don't think that's true.
Yeah, I wish you well in your future career on the boards of Lockheed and Raytheon.
I'm not on the board.
Oh yeah, that was a burn right there. That was a burn right there. He's like, your future job for
Career on the boards of Lockheed and Raytheon.
Lockheed and Raytheon, yes. And this is what happens all the time. And I've been talking about this a lot, the little revolving door of the politician going to the lobbyists, going to the CEO of these same companies that they are, supposed to be holding accountable, and back and forth and back and forth. It's the same people, they get the inside information, they become lobbyists, they become, working for the corporation, then they end up being the damn CFO or something like that. Some high position in the company after they've been in the, after they've been a politician, and also were like on a committee that was supposed to be holding this company account. Man, corruption. Not to say Nikki Haley is that, but that is what happens all the time. And he's like predicting this happening. And I wouldn't be surprised if he's pretty damn accurate on that.
But the fact of the matter, Boeing came off of it, but you've been pushing this lie. You've been pushing this lie all week, Nikki.
I think he pressed her button, man. I think she got going there.
Pushing this lie. You've been pushing this lie all week, Nikki.
You want to go and defund Israel? You want to
okay, let me address that. I'm glad you brought that up. I'm going to address each of those right now. This is the false lies of a professional politician. There you have it.
Your watch,
so the reality is,
America less safe. You have no foreign policy experience, and it shows.
And you know what? The foreign policy experience.
The most pressing need of the American people from a national security standpoint is our southern border. It has led to the death of 70,000 Americans because of fentanyl.
Why is Tim Scott even up there? Like, he's just the black guy. Like, that's his only thing he got going for him.
9/11, we had the global war on terror, and guess what? We protected the border at the same time. You can do both.
That guy too, Hutchinson. Like, who the hell is this guy? Like, who are you, bro? Like, nobody knows you. Like, man.
The American people deserve to know that the president asked me in his request that I reject or return votes unilaterally, power that no vice president in American history had ever exercised or taken. He asked me to put him over the Constitution. And I chose the Constitution, and I always will.
Pence have been hammering that line on home, bro. Like, I don't know. I guess he figures that line is going to get him into the White House. Some people were saying that these people are just, they're just running for VP. Like, and that could be the case. Like, that's kind of what Doc was saying in the other show. These guys, they're all just running for VP, because that's what'll happen. The one who does the best, the couple of ones that do the best in poll numbers, at the end of this, and then when Trump has to choose, a VP, they're gonna tell him, you probably should pick such and such, give you a better chance to get in there. Man, what a freaking charade. I wish I had some of the memes because they were freaking hilarious. I wonder, do I have any? Let me check in here and see if I have any. Oh yeah, the other part of this, I'm gonna go to that right now. Tucker did an interview with Trump and aired at the same time that they were airing the debate. That was a FU to the networks because it's all about clicks, right? The debate is a opportunity for the networks to kind of cash in. So Tucker has left the major networks and he got his own thing going on over there on Twitter. So he did an interview with Trump and waited until the freaking until the debates to air it. and his numbers was crazy. And I saw some interviews that was saying people, these are like politician folks. They were watching both, like they were trying to go back and forth between the debate and Tucker interviewing Trump. So that's what he was doing. That's what he purposely did, trying to draw numbers away from them. And he did a really good job. Like he successfully pulled a whole bunch of numbers from them, you know. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Anyways, let me go to some of those clips of the Tucker interview of Trump, because see, Trump decided to not do the thing. He was like, psh, you know, he probably you know, was listening to the analysts, and they told him, hey, you know, you blowing these guys out of the water. The debate could probably only hurt you. Like it probably won't help you. So then what's the point in getting up there? Let them do it. Stick this, you know, sit this one out, and you get to ride on your numbers. And that's what he did. Because I bet you his numbers didn't change at all after the debate. But you know, some of those people, they needed their numbers to change in a positive way. Because that's the whole point of it. But
he doesn't have the talent.
Oh man, it's got music in this.
It's one of those
bitchy little man.
Can I try to start this over?
Why aren't you at the Fox News debate tonight in Milwaukee?
Do I sit there for an hour or 2 hours, whatever it's going to be, and get harassed by people that shouldn't even be running for president?
Do you think Epstein killed himself sincerely?
I think he probably committed suicide.
He was killed.
You think so?
I think the closer you look, I'm not a conspiracy person at all.
The bus will go here, and then the bus will go there, because that's what buses do. And it's weird. The whole thing is weird. Chris Wallace, he was the moderator.
Not a friend.
I said, why is
that music is bothering me? I know I have another clip of this. Let me see if I can find it, because that music is bothering the heck out of me. Why'd they put that cheesy music in there? Trying to give me a ding. You guys are some haters. Y'all just some haters. I'm sure. I think I got the whole thing, and I know I can't play the whole thing. I really wanted to play the clips of it. Let's see what I have in here. Because I always put the show together a couple of days beforehand. I think I did all of this Thursday night. One of those nights I couldn't sleep. I was up putting this show together. And now I do 2 shows. I put 2 shows together. More than enough stuff for 2 shows. Yeah, see, this is the whole thing. Damn it. It's 46 minutes. The best highlights is that one I was just playing with that shitty music. I can't play the whole thing. It's 46 minutes. You know what? Let's look it up. Tucker Trump interview clips. Anything good here? Man, see, the networks are hating on this too. Oh man, screw it. Let's go to the I guess we're gonna have to deal with their music.
Tonight in Milwaukee.
Do I sit there for an hour or 2 hours, whatever it's going to be, and get harassed by people that shouldn't even be running for president.
Do you think Epstein killed himself sincerely?
I think he probably committed suicide.
He was killed.
You think so?
I think the closer you look, I'm not a conspiracy person at all.
The bus will go here and then the bus will go there because that's what buses do. And it's weird. The whole thing is weird. Chris Wallace, he was the moderator.
Not a friend.
I said, why is it he wants to be Mike, but he doesn't have the talent? It's one of those
Bitchy little man. Don't they have to kill you now?
We lost 35,000 people because of the mosquito. Most of the states have so much water. You know, it comes out of heaven, right? They have sinks where no water comes out. You turn it on, no water comes out.
Wait, they have sinks where no water comes out?
Here you hear the great state of Georgia is not capable or allowed to tabulate their votes.
How do you get indicted, every week and stay cheerful?
And Hillary Clinton goes crazy. Every time she talks, she says, he's not the president. Jimmy Carter said, he's not the president. Well, I am the president.
Do you think we're moving towards civil war?
January 6th was a very interesting day because they don't report it properly. There was love in that. There was love and unity.
So do you think it's possible that there's open conflict?
There's a level of passion that I've never seen. There's a level of hatred that I've never seen, and that's probably a bad combination.
Man, that was.
Why are you at the Fox News debate tonight in Milwaukee?
That was mad painful how they did this. So like I said, they're really hating on Tucker, because he's undercutting the major networks. He's pushing against the powers that be, and they're trying to make it like a joke. But I don't think that the major media, they still haven't done a self retrospection or whatever. They haven't done a self-analysis of what they are doing wrong. It's like you're just gonna take what we give you, we're gonna shove it down your throat, and you're just gonna like it, you're gonna love it. But the American people, the people of the world, we're not on that. We're all the way off that, and Tucker's gonna be mad successful because they won't change. They keep doing the same thing. Okay, this is because the mugshot, right? A lot of the memes, I didn't post it because everybody was on that shit, and I don't like to be on what everybody is on. That's the main reason why I didn't post it. But yeah, so the mugshot, Trump's mugshot came out earlier this week. So many memes. This is a little interview of him talking after. It says Donald Trump speaks after being processed, fingerprinted, and having his mugshot taken at Fulton County Jail. And I saw a clip of Rachel Maddow. She was digging into this. Like, I can't stand to hear her voice longer than like seconds. So I could only listen to like less than 30 seconds of her talking. And she was saying she was completely on like his height and his weight and all of this. And like with her little smug and her little giggle, and it was making my skin crawl or whatever. But it shows what the liberals are on related to this. And it's like, oh, Trump lied about his height or lied about his weight or whatever. Like, and we're going to spend like an hour talking about that. Like really the American people really cares about that. Like really that's going to make any difference at all. Like that's going to have an impact on how people vote or not, or people going to like Trump less or like Trump, have any impact on anything at all. Like it's freaking a waste of fucking breath. She gets paid so much money. She's like the highest paid person in media, I want to say, that does this kind of stuff. And oh my God, so she's gonna spend all her time talking about Trump's height and weight. Like, get all the way the F out of here with that bullshit. And that's the clown show that we have going on. And that's the reason why people can't take you all serious. You're supposed to be the serious network. You're supposed to be the one who's covering serious topics. And you're talking about Trump's height and weight. Are you kidding me? I don't have the sound of this. It says Donald Trump speaks after he was processed, fingerprinted, and had his mugshot taken at the Fulton County Jail. It's a really sad day for America. It should never happen. Why can't I hear this? Oh, that's just mean. We gotta look this one up. We gotta look this one up. Let's see. Where's the clip? See, this is what happens when I'm freaking not organized and didn't have time to put it together. Because I don't even see the clip. Where's the clip? It's everything but what I'm looking for. Trump's comments. Oh, found it. Keywords matter a lot. So we got C-SPAN. Yep, got it. See, that's what y'all have. Elliot, what's up? He said, I believe it's a stage. Like the set of a movie with Trump. It totally looks like a movie, bro. I can't argue with you on that one. Yeah, so this is what y'all benefit from by checking my stuff out, because I'm actually pretty good at some things, and one of them is searching shit. So I can do this shit on the fly.
Thank you very much for being here. I really believe this is a very sad day for America. This should never happen. If you challenge an election, you should be able to challenge an election. I thought the election was a rigged election, a stolen election, and I should have every right to do that. As you know, you have many people that you've been watching over the years do the same thing, whether it's Hillary Clinton or Stacey Abrams or many others. When you have that great freedom to challenge, you have to be able to, otherwise you're going to have very dishonest elections. What has taken place here is a travesty of justice. We did nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong. And everybody knows it. I've never had such support. And that goes with the other ones too. What they're doing is election interference. They're trying to interfere with an election. There's never been anything like it in our country before. This is their way of campaigning. And this is one instance, but you have 3 other instances. It's election interference. So I want to thank you for being here. We did nothing wrong at all. And we have every right, every single right, to challenge an election that we think is dishonest, that we think it's very dishonest. So thank you all very much, and I'll see you very soon. Thank you very much.
Would you pardon yourself?
Yeah, so he's doubling down. He's doubling down on this whole thing. So can't expect him not to be Trump. You know, Trump is Trump. He's gonna keep trumping. Elliot, he says Ukraine, Maui, Trump, something else is going on. Yeah. So Elliot is pointing to this as a distraction, along with other things that we have going on. That's, so what are they distracting us from? That's always the question that you want to ask. What are they distracting us from? I don't know, but I ain't gonna lie. Me being the political guy that I am, they got my attention. They got me all caught up in it. I don't know. I'm enjoying the show. So this might be something that they're distracting us from. Let's go to this. Check it out. It says 6 of the world's 9 biggest oil producers will be members of the BRICS. It's official. And I think it's January that they're going to be officially in there. And what people have to understand, I made a comment in the other show I was doing. Whenever I do the editing, I catch myself and I hear myself, and I'd be like, okay, I shouldn't have said that. But something I said in the other show about BRICS kind of being like NATO, that's misleading, because it's not like NATO, because NATO is a military arm, of these multiple nations coming together, well, it's not just a military arm, but that's one of the things that it does. But BRICS is more about trade, you know what I'm saying? So, and it's also, they also have a bank that they're doing so that they can lend monies to these different countries, for development and so forth and so on. So, that's what BRICS is about. BRICS is about trade. Anyways, it says BRICS announces new members as Argentina, Egypt, Ethiopia, Iran, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE. Now, what I have to say about these particular names here, right off the bat, like human rights, atrocities, racism, like doing terrible things to people, jumps out at me with these particular names right here. Some of the worst of the worst when it comes to human rights abuses and stuff, and not being like inclusive and stuff like that. That's what jumps out to me from these names. I ain't gonna lie, but that's all beside the point, because it's all about money here, and kind of pushing against the dollar or whatever. And a lot of these countries, like there's African countries that's trying to get on board too. We're gonna get into it. Let's read this. It says the new membership of these countries in BRICS will become effective from January 1st, 2024. The alliance focused on advancing the global South's development, saw interest from nearly 40 countries. The expansion, decided through census, follows agreed guiding principles. BRICS, with 40% of the world's population and a quarter of global GDP, could gain strength and influence with its expansion. This is no small thing. Let me read a couple comments. It says, game changer, goodbye to Western dominance. Another comment, it says, can't believe I'm saying this, but go BRICS, because on the Western front, the alternative is the great resetters. Another one, it says, is everyone an idiot on Insta? Oil isn't the future 10 years from now. They know it, we know it. So it's pretty irrelevant that the biggest oil producing countries are making a new currency to trade a commodity that will see its end very soon. Okay, now you who made this comment, Biscuits and Q, you're calling everybody an idiot, but you are not aware of things, because no, we're not going to be able to make no transition from oil within 10 years. Get it all the way out of your head. I'm not going to say oil is the far future, but it's definitely the foreseeable future. Things don't change that quickly. We have systems in place already that's very dependent on oil, and that's just the way it is, and that's the way it's going to be for, like I say, for the foreseeable future. So yes, it is a big deal, and it's a huge commodity. It runs everything. Okay, so that's just what it is. I mean, like it, love it, leave it, fuck it, but that's what it is. No, it is a big deal, and oil is still going to continue to be the big dog on the block for some time to come. They have some experiments with the fusion and stuff like that. Looks like that could be a thing, but that's still in development stages. It'll be a long time before that can be mainstream used. Okay, and all of the different alternatives that they have related to wind, solar, even nuclear, the hydroelectric, none of that stuff can give you enough power. We're insatiable. Humans, we're insatiable for power, man. And none of those ways are going to give us enough. It's just not going to work, period. The only thing that gives us enough is oil. So until they find something else, then that's what it's going to be. They supplement with those other ones, but they can't use them as the main go-to because they don't put out enough. So that's what that is. I have a whole bunch on this brick stuff, so I'm gonna jump around a bit, y'all. So forgive me because I want to try to get through some stories, and we're gonna probably come back around. Elliot says probably 2030 agenda. So saying what they're distracting us from, I guess. Forgive me for jumping around. I'm gonna jump around a bit because I want to get through some stuff. It says revealed Maui officials tried to enforce media blackout to block footage from devastating wildfires. It says a leaked letter from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security reveals that FEMA was asked by officials on the Hawaiian island of Maui to pause on posting on social media and elsewhere new imagery of damaged disaster debris starting now. Can y'all hear me? I got anxiety. Let's go through these slides. It says they are asking for a full stop in disaster imagery going forward. The letter from Justin Angle 19 of FEMA continues. At this time, we have not been asked to take any photos or videos down. Our team on the ground is coordinating with the county for further guidance to ensure we remain fully aligned. Cultural sensitivity is of the utmost importance in all our response and recovery activities to this disaster. Footage was posted to social media by survivors of the fires. Charred cars stuck in traffic jams on one of the only roads out of town. Burnt homes that likely contain the unidentifiable remains of the dead, as well as survivors speaking about their ordeals, all end up online. The disaster response from Maui officials was also called out on social media. An official who was in charge of making sure that there was enough water to fight the fires sat on a request to divert water to protect people in homes for 5 hours while waiting for a report from a local farmer as to the impact of the water diversion. So, exclusive, a person wishing to stay anonymous has sent me this email by FEMA sent to their nonprofit who is headed to Maui to help with disaster relief. They say they are being asked to stop posting any images or videos while on the ground, effective immediately. I wonder why. Another official said that he declined to sound warning sirens to alert residents of the imminent danger because the sirens have historically been used for tsunamis, defending the position. It also turned out that the warning system itself was faulty. Residents said that if only they had another 10 to 15 minutes notice, families could have been saved. Some families perished entirely while they were in their homes or cars with absolutely no way to escape. Hawaii Governor Josh Green said later that he wished the sirens had been sounded. Instead, first responders went door to door to alert residents that they should evacuate. It was later revealed as the number of missing stayed high, and it came to be known that many children home alone due to school closures as a result of power outages, that 3 Maui disaster response officials were not even on Maui, but on the island of Oahu, attending a FEMA disaster relief training. They did not even get on call about the fires until 5 hours after the beginning, the morning of August 8th. In their defense, man, this thing happened really, really quickly. You know, I think that as global warming progresses, we just need to improve our systems to deal with this stuff, you know, and you can't blame these people to not be prepared for this kind of thing because this is like unprecedented, you know. So, but now after this, we should be prepared, and everybody should be prepared all over the place, and putting new systems in place to deal with stuff and get information out quickly. We got the internet. We've got so many tools at our disposal now that we can update our systems and make them better, more efficient, and quick. It says, as an additional result of those power failures, work crews were out in Lahaina trying to repair those lines, and in so doing actually barricaded roads, preventing people from leaving in their cars. This caused hefty traffic jams, leaving people stranded while they tried to evacuate or heading back to the flames in Lahaina. At least one family was known to have burned to death in their car along with their 7-year-old son. The power company itself is also facing scrutiny for not having cut the current to the power lines as the wind picked up. Another video posted on social media by a Lahaina resident shows electric poles bending over to the ground, wires touching dry brush, smoke and flames igniting as a result. But MOI officials, out of respect for those who perished, did not want the public to see that. So, and then see, that just flamed the fires of the conspiracy theories, because they started coming up with all these kinds of things, talking about what caused the fires and so forth and so on. But a lot of information is coming out now, and it's looking like it was from down power lines, and freaking the wind. It was really windy, and it was pushing trees into power lines and pushing power lines down and stuff like that. And you already had all this dry brush everywhere, so it's looking like that's what caused the fires, And then the wind picked them up, and then they just spread like so quickly. But people thinking that it's some kind of weapon or whatever, that happens when you don't release the information timely, the data. Let's read some comments. It says, do you think they really did this out of respect for those who perished? Another comment, it says, people were murdered for a globalist land grab. Disgusting. See, this is what everyone is saying. And I just don't, as despicable and horrible and evil that I know some people can be, they don't have this kind of power, you guys. I'm sorry. Like, they don't have these kinds of weapons. Like, you're like, oh, you don't know what they have. Come on, man. Nature is way more powerful than anything that we have. Now, can you agree with me on that? So, yeah, nature is really, really, really powerful, y'all. Don't underestimate Mother Nature, y'all. Don't think that man is stronger than Mother Nature, y'all. Now, we can influence Mother Nature, but we can't control her. She's uncontrollable. It's total chaos. Another comment says, that fire was set on purpose. They have no fear of killing us any longer. They're getting more bold because they control all the levers of power. See, this is what's happening, and I'm sorry, y'all. No, I can't get on board with that. Another comment says, no, they killed all those people and turned the water off to let the fire spread. The whole thing is suspicious. Another comment, it says, mass murder, that's what they don't want you to see. Another comment, it says, no, of course not. They did this to hide the truth. They are covering up wildfires burn at 1,500 degrees. There are plenty of reports of cars melted. Metal melts at 2,800 degrees. This was attack, period. So it's like all of these comments are pretty much saying the same thing, but this is not what it is, y'all. I'm sorry. Like, as far as the other comments saying that they didn't want people to know, what did he says? They didn't want you to see. Now, there's something to that, but the reason why they didn't want you to see is a whole nother story, not, them murdering people. Like, no way. They don't have that kind of power. I'm not putting it past the government or whoever, an evil mastermind, to try to do something, but they just don't have the ability to do that. They don't have the technology. They don't have the equipment. Let's move on, because we're probably going to come back to this. It says Japan begins releasing Fukushima's treated radioactive water into the Pacific Ocean. It says Japan's Tokyo Electric Power Company has begun releasing treated radioactive water from the wrecked Fukushima nuclear power plant in the Pacific Ocean. Executives of the company, known as TEPCO, told reporters they were immediately halt the release of the treated water into the Pacific if any issues were detected. The water began flowing at about 1 p.m. local time, with an initial plan to release water continuously over a period of 17 days, according to the company. The controversial decision, which has drawn protests in Japan, South Korea, and elsewhere, prompted Chinese officials to issue a searing statement saying Beijing opposes and strongly condemns it. Japan's actions were selfish and irresponsible, as the ocean belongs to all humanity, China said. Officials from the International Atomic Energy Agency were at the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power station as the water began flowing into the ocean, the agency said. Agency officials had signaled their approval for Japan's plan. Prime Minister Fumio Kishida and international experts have asserted the treated water meets safety standards. Meets safety standards. What the hell does that mean? Y'all say a lot of stuff meets safety standards and people end up dying. I ain't gonna lie. This sounds really scary to me, but on the other hand, it's like, what are they supposed to do? I mean, how long can they keep that water? What are they gonna do with that water? What can you do with it? I really I don't see a solution for this, like no matter how long they keep it, whenever they decide to release it, no matter what systems they went through to like clean it or whatever, make it less freaking toxic, whatever process they through, and however long they wait, people still gonna have a problem with it, and I will too. I ain't gonna lie, but at the same time, I'm saying, I don't see another way. I don't see another answer. Like, I don't know, what are they supposed to do? It's already been a really long time since the incident happened, and they've been having that water sitting there. I wonder about those fish, because I remember seeing, I was really into this. They did a documentary about this on, I can't remember what it was on. I think it was Netflix. And I can't even remember the name of it, but it had me stuck. I watched the whole thing, and I don't think I slept for a few days because I was into it. Like, my boss at my old job told me about it, and then I went home and looked it up, and I was like, oh, the guy had me stuck. But anyways, in one of the episodes, they were talking about these huge catfish that were in a tank. They have these cooling tanks that they use to cool the cores of those, within the nuclear power plant. And so these fish got huge fish because they just, kept growing, like, and the stuff was all toxic, and they couldn't really do nothing with it. I wonder what happened with those fish. I wonder if when the water that they're releasing, is it coming from there? Would those fish be released too? Because then that would be a little scary to me. So, maybe what did they kill the fish first? I wonder about that, because the fish going out there, I think is more scary too, because they're going to enter the food chain. The ocean is big, man. It's a lot of water out there. So like, it's going to dilute that shit. I mean, it's toxic waste basically, but the ocean is huge, and it's going to dissipate, I mean, I'm not going to say it's not going to have an impact. It probably will. But like I said, I don't know what other answer you're going to have. But as far as the wildlife, I don't think you should let any of that toxic wildlife out there, because then that's going to affect the food chain. Another comment, it says, this is how Godzilla starts. Whew. How interesting is that, being that Godzilla's from Japan, and then you got Japan releasing treated radioactive water into the Pacific Ocean. It sounds like a plot from a freaking horror movie. Another comment, it says, and then related to the catfish, like, so what happens? Like, a lizard comes along, some kind of animal eats the catfish or something, eat the carcass of it, and then turns into Godzilla. Who knows? Ooh, that's scary stuff right there. Because if a real life Godzilla was, bruh. Anyways, another comment, it says, let's see the agency officials drink the treated radioactive water before it's released. Another comment, it says, and we're worried about plastic straws. The plastic straws really are a problem, y'all. So don't belittle that shit. I mean, all of the plastic waste the plastic is a problem. I talk about it over and over again. And we create too much freaking plastic, one-use plastic, all this one-use stuff. And a lot of it ends up in the ocean. And they be talking about recycle, but you can't really recycle a lot of that stuff. It really literally can't be recycled. And then you can't burn it, because then it's still toxic. It's releasing toxic shit into the air. So you have to choose air, or put it in the ground, or put it in the ocean. Like, either way, it's bad. We have to stop producing this stuff. We have to use alternative things. We don't need the straws. I saw a report talking about the paper straws having like cancer-causing fucking shit in it. Like, you can't fucking lose. I mean, you can't win for losing. I think just we don't need the straws. Just stop using straws, period. Like, period. Another comment, it says, we won't have an Earth if they keep doing this. Another comment, it says, well, seafood lovers, y'all time is up. We're about to see three-eyed fish, lobster, sharks, and many more. Another comment, it says, leave it to Japan to kill up the world with radioactive water. Another comment, it says, humans are the real cancer to this planet. Another comment, it says, how is this even legal? Another comment, it says, shaking my head, we're really racing to destroy this beautiful planet and its inhabitants. It's something now every week. Yeah, this is scary. I ain't gonna lie, that story is scary. Let's read this one. It says, holding strong opinions in the face of weak evidence is a sign that you're not thinking critically. Conviction should follow the facts, not precede them. What you want to believe shouldn't dictate what you believe. The key to lifelong learning is valuing curiosity over closure. This is great. I love this right here. Let me read it again. Holding strong opinions in the face of weak evidence is a sign that you're not thinking critically. Convictions should follow the facts, not precede them. What you want to believe shouldn't dictate what you believe. A key to lifelong learning is valuing curiosity. I love this right here. I love it. The authentic guy posted this. He says, don't let your cognitive dissonance be a part of your life. You know, I like the last line, I think the best. It says, the key to lifelong learning is valuing curiosity over closure. So it's like, stay curious, my friends. You know, don't think that you know all the time, you know, and closure, like, okay, it's done. I know enough about it or whatever. Like that whole, I used to be that guy. Every other thing I said was, I know. Somebody said something, I would be like, I know. And then I realized myself, and now I hardly say that. I try not to say that, you know, and even if I think I know already, I still listen to what these people have to say or whatever it is. Keep reading the article, whatever it is, because I don't know all the time. There's always something that I don't know. And if I say I know, then I just missed something. And that's what I know for sure. You know, that, you know, a wise man knows that he doesn't know everything, you know. It's ignorant people who think they know everything. Let's play this.
DC Attorney General Brian Schwab has launched an investigation into right-wing judicial activists and Federalist Society co-chair Leonard Leo and his network of nonprofits. Earlier this year, Politico reported one of Leo's registered charities paid his for-profit public relations company at least $43 million. The charity, which recently relocated from Virginia to Texas, is called the 85 Fund and received $117 million in anonymous funding in 2021. The nonprofit is run by Carrie Severino, a former clerk for Justice Clarence Thomas. Leonard Leo is widely known as Donald Trump's court whisperer and was involved in the selection of all three of former President Trump's far-right Supreme Court justices. It's not the first time Leo and his dark money network have come under scrutiny. Leo was the recipient of likely the largest ever political donation in the United States when he received $1.6 billion from conservative billionaire Barry Seid in 2021. The Watchdog Campaign for Accountability says some $73 million has been moved from nonprofits connected to Leo to his for-profit firms since 2016. Washington, D.C. Attorney General Brian Schwab.
Brian Schwab. That name, anyways, I'm not going to go there. You know, the powers that be going to come and jump on me if I say what that name makes me think of. But anyways, even in this picture too. But what I would say is there's names, people that pull strings and really have power that's behind the scenes. And these people they tend to not be famous. They don't want to be famous. They get to do what they do, you know, behind, you know, closed doors, you know, kind of in the dark, kind of in the shadows, behind the scenes, you know. And these are the people that are really the ones that you should be like paying attention to, because these are the ones that pull strings and make things happen, that have a lot of power and control over things. Hold on, Mike is doing something weird. Yeah, so yeah, we should look at these kinds of people, and see what the hell they're doing. Let's read the comment. It says, Democracy Now! Posted this. They said, Washington, D.C. Attorney General Brian Schwab has reportedly launched an investigation into right-wing judicial activist and Federalist Society co-chair Leonard Leo and his network of nonprofits. So Leonard Leo. And then I can't help but to think of, what is that guy's name? The one that related to the I can't think of it. Let's read some comments. It says, imagine hearing about $1.6 billion being donated and still thinking the right wing has your back. Their interests are not ours. Another comment says, the 2016 election was stolen and the Trump court appointments are invalid. This is taking way too long to unravel. There's nothing you could do about those those judges that were appointed. They're going to be there. They're not going anywhere. Another comment, it says, I'll admit it's wonderful to see a lot of actual influential right-wing criminals get investigated. Sink the whole operation. Federalist Society needs to go. I think what we really should pay attention to is, like, they said that the dude's money, there was money that went into a nonprofit, but then went right into his for-profit company. You know what I mean? That's what we need to do. Like Doc say, follow the freaking money, and corruption, because then you can unravel some of this stuff. Forgive me, y'all. I'm going to move fast because I feel behind. Let me read this one. It says, if you share Trump's mugshot today, please share that the Fulton County jail it was taken at is at 3 times its capacity. Infested with bugs, is holding 87% black people, most of whom haven't seen a day in court. 6 people have died in custody this year. So yeah, 3 times its capacity. It says, most of whom haven't seen a day in court. And I did a story about some people who, locked up in jail and then they die. And these people haven't even seen a judge, And then a lot of times it's really small cases, It's really crazy because, these people wasn't given a life sentence. And then they just go to jail awaiting court and they end up dying in jail. Like, what kind of system do we have, And then you have all of these people saying that, if the bail system, keeps criminals off the street, or whatever. But meanwhile, it's not. I mean, if you have enough money, then you could just pay bail and get out. So what it is really doing is keeping poor people in there. And the poor people are the ones that end up freaking dying in there. It says, and a good day to remind people that Fani Willis isn't a hero, that she is a huge advocate for locking up poor people and will probably bring Stop Cop City protesters up on RICO charges. I wouldn't be surprised if she did. And me, I'm never a freaking supporter of prosecutors. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I'm not a criminal. But at the end of the day, these like district attorneys tend to be people who lock innocent people. Like, they don't really care. Like, for you, like, Kamala Harris was a DA, for you to move up the ladder, you get to move up the ladder on that side too, So doing horrible things will get you promoted, and bringing in money. It's really all about the money. These different jurisdictions make so much money, they don't care about guilt or innocence, they want to cash a check. They want to make more money, lock people up, for-profit prisons. They need a butt in the seats. You know what I'm saying? They have to be at capacity all the time. So these DAs do it. They do that dirty work for them. I mean, I just can't think of DAs being good people. I mean, forgive me, y'all. I'm sorry. I really apologize for the way I think on that. But like, maybe there's a few of them out there. But, I would just think that most of them aren't. Like, are they really into justice? They just want to punish people, or do they want to just advance their career? Because if you want to advance your career, DA is a good way to do it. Let me read a comment. It says, finally a victory and still got to complain and make it a negative. This is why it's so hard to maintain inspirational levels amongst people. Whatever, bro. We have to look at the whole thing. Yes, there's negative parts of this. A lot of negative parts of this. Like, you want to look past the fact that she said the jail is 3 times the capacity, infested with blood, bugs, and holding people who haven't seen a day in court, and people are dying in there. So you just want to look past all of that and just be happy about Trump's mugshot. Another comment says, I'm a police prisoner abolitionist, but it's also pretty incredible that people who tried to do a coup are facing any consequences in the U.S. legal system. Another comment says, the prison system and for-profit prisons are the problem, not the cops. Saying all police are the problem is comparable to saying all engineers are bad because one building collapsed. There are hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of police in America, and to claim they are all, or even a significant portion of them, are the problem is nothing but ignorance. If you look at critics that drastically reduce their police cities, if you look at cities that drastically reduce their police, Portland, for example, they became so much more dangerous after the police were defunded. Portland was one of the safest cities in America. Once defunded, they went to chaos. Yes, there are a few bad apples, but that only means that reform is in order. Reform that punishes more harshly those in the department who act poorly, and reform to engage more with the community and provide more resources for the community. That involves more police training, funding, and support, not defunding. Man, we could talk about that for a long time. And, we've said on the show before, like, the defund the police is just kind of like a bad way of saying a good idea. It's just like bad branding. Another comment says, so he didn't have to stay in jail, just a booking photo. Don't come for me for not knowing, please. Yeah, we just went there and took some pictures and walked right up out of there. Yes, that's exactly what happened. It says a tornado here, man. Like, when California got hit with that hurricane, tropical storm, an earthquake hit at the same time. And they said it was a coincidence. But look at this, though. Like, you got a wildfire and a tornado at the same time. Oh, my God. Like,
God is whipping the world with the forces of nature, letting you know it's going to get worse. And I'm here to tell you, you haven't seen nothing yet. Now, many of us may not live to see the hereafter, to see the day when the power of this world is broken and a new world of righteousness is coming in.
That kind of goes with the title of the show. It says the earth will be burned by fire. God will destroy the earth by fire. Damn, man. A tornado and a fire at the same time. That's intense. It says the warning of a righteous man should not be taken lightly. The enemies of God will call it global warming. Others will say it's some kind of contraption up in the sky controlling the weather, even though in every holy book the signs are all there, signs of the time. Watch the weather. Let's read some comments. It says it's HAARP and it's been proven. No, it hasn't. No, it isn't, and no, it hasn't. Another comment, it says, I believe God made this possible because man is destroying his earth. This is God speaking, saying that he is in control, not man. Another comment says, I believe in God. I just don't believe in religion. And some of the stories religious books tell. I don't knock anybody for being religious and believing the prophecies of their religion, but these elites are definitely experimenting and effing with the weather and natural forces the same way they doing with our food and everything else. Another comment, it says, y'all must have forgot the Most High and Mother Nature is way more powerful than HAARP. That's what I'm saying. Don't underestimate the G-O-D. There is another one that says, they just flexing at this point. Fear is a machine, and now it's at 200%. They won't stop until someone breaks it. That's actually an interesting comment right there, you know, because that's how you control people is with fear. So even though, like I say, I don't think that they could control the weather, but the media is a powerful tool. So you can highlight certain things and big up certain things and make them seem bigger than they are or whatever to drum up more fear so that you can, you know, keep people at their lowest level so that you can control them so that they can just be acting like animals, you know, so they can never get together and unite and make plans and, you know, overthrow this situation. They're in survival mode, you know. Another comment that says, God is speaking plain and simple. We've abused his land long enough. Another comment that says, that looked like hell. Another comment that says, this is government weather. Another comment that says, the truth doesn't require our collective approval. I agree with that comment. Another comment says, don't trust Farrakhan. Hey, you don't have to trust the dude to like hear the words that he says and like, you know, be moved by him. Another comment says, and it was an earthquake and hurricane in California. Never in my 42 years have I seen this. If you have, let me know. It says, another comment says, the people who stole the land are at war with the Far East. I don't understand how that is relevant. Another comment says, the ancestors and God apparently agree with me. I didn't forget about the sassy comment you wrote. Try Jesus, not me. There goes people with personal. See, I'm going to get off of this. People always start going to, that's all they care about is themselves. They're so selfish. Like,
desert floor lies a hidden treasure worth trillions of dollars. It's fresh water, and one man had a vision to unleash its potential. Introducing the Great Man-Made River, the largest construction project in history. After 40 years of hard work, this epic project delivered pure water to all of Africa. Imagine free land, water, seeds, farm, house, tractors, and livestock for anyone who wanted to start an organic farm. It was a game changer, thanks to a great man with a mission to end starvation and poverty across Africa. Pure, ancient, and pristine water transformed deserts into thriving organic farms. It was a monumental project of epic proportions. But did you know that the Western media rarely tells you about this incredible achievement? That's right. The Greater Man-Made River was a remarkable gift to Africans from Muammar Gaddafi. However, when it was finally completed, the United States blew it up with depleted uranium bombs. Shocking, right? But do you know why they killed Gaddafi and destroyed this great project? Because if Africa had access to water, it would become a leading exporter of food, challenging America's dominance in the market. It threatened their economy. So remember, there's more to the story than what you hear in the news. The Great Man-Made River was a symbol of hope and progress, a testament to what we can achieve when we come together. No,
there's always things happening behind the headlines, you know. You see the headlines and then you see what happens and then it makes sense or whatever, but they never tell you the whole story, ever, ever, ever. It's always more to the story, you know. It's always more going on, you know, and they try to hide their intentions always, you know. They don't want you to see what they really are intending to do or what they're really up to. They try to misguide you and lead you into see what happens is they don't tell you exactly. They let your mind fill in the blanks or whatever and come to conclusions, and they know what conclusions you're going to come to given the little tidbits of information that they give you, you know. So that's what we have to do. We have to be more aware of what the media does to manipulate us and do our due diligence and dig a little bit further so we can, have a better perspective on things. Check this one out. It says a bill to create a 4-day work week is about to be introduced in the Pennsylvania legislature. Companies with more than 500 workers would have to shorten their work week to 32 hours without reducing pay. Recent polling shows that 81% of workers nationwide want a 4-day week. I think it would be a great idea. So then this is saying that they're going to force, I don't know how you can do that. You're going to force the companies to move to a 4-day work week. How do you do that? And how do you hold the company accountable? Like, what do you do to force them? Like, how do you do that? I don't see how you can enforce this. I think that you can lead them into it, like give it like a suggestion or whatever. But I don't see how you can force the companies to do it. But the data is out. People are more productive in the 4-day work week. Believe it or not, they get more done than they do in the 5 days. It's true. The data is there. Let's read the Perfect Union posted this. Their caption, it says, "Raise your hand if you want a 4-day work week." Another comment, it says, "I've been working a 4-day work week for 7 years and it's awesome. It should be the norm." Another comment says, "Okay, who are the 19% of workers who don't want this?" Because it said 81% of workers nationwide want a 4-day work week. I guess the 19% are the bosses, the CEOs. I don't know. Another comment, it says, "Watch big companies start splitting into smaller subsidiary companies to dodge the 500 plus employee cutoff." Another comment, it says, "With recent technological advancements, we should already be working 32-hour 4-day weeks. The fact that we are still forcing some stupid rules some old guy made in the early 1900s is dumb." I agree with that comment. Another one, it says, "Keeping the same base pay or increase the pay so they are paying the same for 32 hours that the employee was making at 40 hours. Less hours will be awesome, but pay needs to come up all across the board. Minimum wage at the federal level needs to raised drastically." Yeah, so if they turn it into the 4-day work week and then you get paid 1 day less, I think a lot of people would rather just go ahead and take the 5 days so they can make enough money. I don't know. I think that looking at this, they're talking about like salaried employees, hourly folks, people like me. I work weekends, nights, holidays. And if I don't work, I don't make no money. So I pick up days. When I'm off, I work on my off days. So I guess this thing doesn't even pertain to me. Another comment says 4 days and 5 hours. Our lives should not be work. I agree with that. Another comment says, "I know a lot of people might poo-poo the idea that this could work, but as Argyle from Stranger Things says, don't deny until you try." One more comment, it says, "Although I'm very excited by this because I'm a chef and I work for one of these employers, it won't pass. The Republican-led Senate will block this because people will stop working. It sucks royally that they think that." Yeah, I don't think people would stop working. The data is out. They're more productive when they work 4 days. They really are. The data is out. They've already done a whole bunch of tests on this.
This is Christelle. She was conned into signing off the IP rights to the patents, copyrights, trademarks, and trade secrets that made her over £20 million at her African clothing business, Grassfields. She ultimately lost the entire business to this shady business partner of her she unfortunately trusted. So how did Ravi Ruparela steal Grassfields, a business that had made over £20 million in revenue while being able to make it seem on paper like they were saving the business? The short answer is that this was a well-planned heist, and the best I have seen in a very, very long time, fellow Black entrepreneurs and creatives, this is a lesson on how to steal a business in 7 steps. Get your pen and paper ready. You'll need this to protect your business from predators. The first thing Ravi did was gain a trusted position in the business. As a business partner, a lot becomes very easy. This is where Christelle should have done serious due diligence and research on this fellow. But as she admitted, with her sister sick, she needed more hands. With the business growing fast, she needed more expertise. And because she lost a lot of revenue having shut down to care for her sick sister, she needed the money he was bringing in so things could be back on track fast. For step 2, then they persuaded Christelle to put the company into liquidation with one of his friends serving as the liquidator while she concentrated on marketing. This said liquidator then devalues the company assets to £40,000 without consulting Christelle. They went on to establish a new company, GF Holdings One, as listed in Companies House. They then used this company to purchase the assets for cheap while it was in liquidation. This is how Ravi, the owner of GF Holdings One, became the owner of Grass Fields. The crazy part is that he did inform her of his plan to transfer assets to this new company, where both of them would be 50% shareholders. He convinced her it was a great way to restructure the business, but without listing her as a director of this new company, he proceeded to buy these assets with the new company that didn't have her name on it. When she questioned this, he said it was because the old debt was in her name, and he wanted them to have a meeting with the loan providers first. This is where Christelle should have lawyered up and fought him in that liquidator, but somehow she believed him only to spend the next 4 months chasing him to update Companies House. He never did, and they never met the loan provider. Now the debt was now solely in Christelle's name, and all the assets in his name. The battle was over. It is peculiar that he didn't kick her out then, but it looks like he still wanted her to run the business for longer. After all, she was good at generating almost £500,000 per month with social media, something Ravi has no clue about. He also wanted to slowly collect other assets before disposing of her, and he did this months later by making her sign a document in false pretense, which gave him access ownership of the 1 million followers, social media pages, and 300,000 email subscribers next. He needed to get the password for all of these platforms, so he convinces her that their devices need malware protection. She hands the devices to him, and he changes the login for all the platforms, including her personal ones.
Damn.
Now Christelle is locked out. He proceeds to kick her out, except she agrees to just 5% instead of 50%. He clearly still wanted to keep her so he can get that £500,000 monthly, but only wanted her to get a slice of it. Christelle was given 5 minutes to decide, and at that moment she refused. That's probably the first time Christelle made the right decision and stood her ground, but it was ultimately too late. He now had everything. This thief then proceeds to post pictures of Christelle like nothing happened for days until Christelle made a video calling them out. A reputable company should know that announcing this immediately is best practice. Since Christelle's video, Ravi has published 2 press releases, both of which are a hot mess. I won't get into it here. Check previous videos for my analysis of what was a lesson in how not to write a press release. This is Christelle.
Wow, what a horror story, you know. Man, you cannot trust people, you know. It's so crazy, you know. It's whenever you're down and out is when they come and they come for you too, you know. It's really sad. Like you have a heart and you try to do the right thing, and then here comes the sharks and the wolves to try to gobble you up, you know. There's no way in hell I would allow somebody to, you know, the part where they said they had to put all the assets in the other person's name, I would have never done that. Ever, 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 ever. And then it's like, so she's holding the bag, she's holding the debt, and the other dude is holding all the assets, and you let them do this? Like, no, no, no. Never, 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 never. How do you let this, you know, that's naive, you know. And I there's a lot of people out there who have money who aren't very bright, you know. I mean, and I see it around a lot, you know, like just because a person doesn't have money doesn't mean they're dumb. And just because a person has money doesn't mean they're smart, you know. It's just the way things happen, you know. And, you know, what do they say? A fool and his money soon part, you know. freaking, sometimes I think the greed is what gets in your way. You know, your ego, your arrogance gets in the way. You know, you want to boast and brag about how much you're making or whatever. Sometimes you might need to take a step back, and it's okay for your revenues to go down. You know, sometimes uh, lowering production, becoming a smaller business, sometimes is the best way to go so that your business can continue. You know, that exponential growth thing that we all try to be on is toxic, you know. And if you want your business to continue on into the future, sometimes you got to downgrade. Sometimes you got to get smaller, and that's okay. It's totally okay, you know. And I think that was her problem in this situation. She when she was focusing on her sister, you know, not being well or whatever, she should have let her business get smaller, and what she could handle, you know, just do what she could handle at the time, you know. And that's okay. And when things change and you have more time, then go ahead and go in there, you know. The other option that she could have went with was actually going with someone that she trusted, you know, someone that she could actually, you know, who knows where she met this person or how she got. It was probably like an investor. They probably came in with a bunch of money, and then, you know, that's what make, you know, your eyes get big and you get swindled. This is a horror story right here. Let's read it. It says, an African fashion brand in the UK started by two African sisters taken away by Indian business partners. It says, iconic black fashion label Grassfields, co-founded by two visionary African sisters, has unfortunately faced a hostile takeover by investors. These investors breached personal emails, locking the sisters out and attempting to stifle their voices. Let's read some comments. It says, she opened the door, set the table, fed him, and hung herself right after he left the dining table. This is sad, but entirely the fault of negligence. Another comment, it says, when it comes to money and business, trust no one and get yourself good lawyers. It's just hard to believe that people you trust would do this, but I would say don't trust anyone. That includes your family and sometimes your spouse. Yep. Get it all in paperwork, you know. Take your time. Get the lawyers involved. Get a middleman in there that's impartial, and let them take a look at it and make your decision based off of their comments. It says, people need to boycott Grassfields. I feel for the woman. It was make or break with her sister's cancer, and the filthy man took complete advantage. It's a hard lesson on trust, and we as a community need to share reputable services who we can turn to in need so this doesn't happen again. Another comment that says, there were so many red flags. She handed over her phone, but then again, she was in a vulnerable position. Another comment that says, nope, Grassfields was poorly managed financially and customer care. As a disappointed customer, I speak from experience shared by many. Another comment says, he would most likely be something trying all this with some people. This is a wicked act. One more and I'm gonna move on. A lot of y'all on here showing no sympathy. Yeah, sure, it sounds like she mismanaged things, no doubt. But can we at least come together as Black people and boycott the company now, since it's has officially been stolen from her by some sleazy Indians? If you Black, you should know very well how crooked some of them could be. Like, damn, can we ever stick together? I don't know why they keep throwing the race around in this. I don't think that really matters that much. I mean, people do shady things. All races, colors, creeds, cultures. What is this one? Joyanne Reed. She posted this. She said it couldn't happen to two bigger villains from the 1980s and 90s. These are the mugshots for Rudy Giuliani and Trump. No sound. Why do they do that to me?
Support President Trump. You want to know why I'm here to support President Trump? Because they done did black men like this for decades. Make up charges and put them, so I know Trump is innocent. I support Trump against this corrupt, two-tiered justice system. That's why I'm here to show my support as a black man for Trump. And I'm wearing my shirt, Niggas for Trump 2024, and I mean that.
What do you think about the indictment?
Oh, it's a bunch of bull. It's going around the country. You know, Fannie Willis, she went to school with my sister. She was full of shit. So she's a puppet for the white liberal that is controlling everything. She's in front, but the white liberal back there pulling those strings, telling her what to do. That's what I think about her, making a fool of herself.
Do you think it's going to help his election?
Of course it is. It's going to elevate him all the way. I think we should make Trump king. That's how I feel. We should make him king.
Wouldn't that be like kind of like communistic?
No, that's nowhere near communist. Now, we just going to make him king, but we still got our freedoms and rights and everything. He for that. Yeah, Trump for king 2024.
That's actually my URL. I own that URL.
You own that URL?
Can I get your name?
Really? Oh, my name is Niggas for Trump 2024. Derek Gilbert. I'm here to support President Trump. You want to know why I'm here to support?
He said, my name is Niggas for Trump. How come they blumped out the word shit, but they didn't bleep out nigga? I don't understand. I really don't. Help me, Muhammad. Let's read the caption. It says, we need to stay out of this political madness. This is pure mental illness. Trump didn't care about them 5 black children in Central Park. I will never support him and his movement because of that. He paid for a newspaper article that actually helped to convict those children, and some of them lost a huge portion of their lives because of it. Even though I know that these charges against him are bogus, he should now know how it feels when serious charges are brought up against you when you're innocent. He never apologized to those children, so F Trump and F Biden. Let's read some comments. It says, the Dixie line is something else. I have no desire to move down south. Another comment, it says, making a fool of herself. Did he really say that while wearing that shirt? This mess is beyond sad. His wife should leave him, and his family and friends should ostracize him. This is unreal. Wow. Another comment, it says, well said. Another comment, it says, there is nothing funny about this, but it is hilarious. Straight out of a Boondocks episode. Another comment, it says, they still manage to find the goofiest melanated people that exist to put on camera. Oh, we could talk about psychology for a long time on that one. Check it out. Science of Self has been on some mosquito stuff lately. But this is really, really interesting. He says, whoa, a whole lot to digest here. I researched everything. All I needed was one comment to identify the exact species of mosquito. All this came up easily with just a few keystroke searches. Leave a comment with whatever soaps, oils, and other natural means you found to shut these things down. Shout out to the etymologists who chimed in. Now we need some chemists to add on. What makes tetracycline biologically unavailable? So many questions now. So it says the Zika mosquitoes. Who makes Aedes aegypti so dangerous? What makes it so dangerous? It says, what time of year are Aedes mosquitoes most active? Why do my mosquito bites get so big? What repels ankle biter mosquitoes? Why do mosquitoes bite me and not my husband? Are Aedes mosquito bites more itchy? It says, why are my bites so large and itchy? Since the Aedes mosquitoes is an invasive species, some people are not used to their saliva and might have a higher allergic reaction to bites. They are aggressive biters that produce multiple times as well. So the large bite could be from multiple bites around a common area. It says Bill Gates funded firm released 150,000 genetically modified mosquitoes in the wild. It says a biotech firm funded by Bill Gates has released 150,000 genetically modified mosquitoes in the U.S. to curb mosquito breeding and gain control over spreading of disease like dengue and malaria. It says Oxitec, a firm based in Abingdon, UK, has already tested these mosquitoes in Brazil, Malaysia, Panama, and the Cayman Islands, but hadn't received regulatory approval for the US, but it has finally received it now. The mosquito species in question is the Aedes aegypti that comprise 4% of the mosquito population in the Keys, a chain of tropical islands in the southernmost tip of Florida. However, these are responsible for all mosquito-borne diseases in the region. The first batch of males is expected to emerge during the first 2 weeks of May. Around 12,000 males will be released from the boxes each week over the next 12 weeks. In a second phase scheduled for later this year, Oxitec expects nearly 20 million mosquitoes to emerge over a period of about 16 weeks. How do they track them? To monitor the progress of the trial, researchers will make use of capture devices to trap mosquitoes for the study. Researchers have also added a fluorescent marker gene in the mosquitoes that make them glow when exposed to a particular color of light. EPA permits experimental release of 2.5 billion genetically engineered mosquitoes in California and Florida beyond pesticides, Daily News blog. The U.S. Environmental Protection Agency has authorized the experimental use and release of 2.5 billion genetically engineered mosquitoes in Florida and California by the British-based firm Oxitec. While the goal of eliminating disease-carrying mosquitoes is an important public health challenge, public opinion has been constantly against the use of these animals. The United States, in a recent study in Globalization and Health that reviews the U.S. government's approval of Florida Keys release, the author indicates the decision is as inappropriate as the decision to propose an area where there is no fire and virtually no risk of fire as the site of a field to test of a product that is supposed to prevent fires and act as a fire retardant. In this context, the importance of U.S. trials to Oxitec could be to encourage other countries with higher Aedes aegypti populations to embrace their new technology, as the decisions of U.S. regulators are often used as the basis for decisions made in other countries. This would position U.S. residents and local environments as variable in the experiment. Approved by EPA and conducted by a foreign company for foreign buyers. Those opposed to the massive 2.5 billion mosquitoes release, which is now permitted in Monroe County, Florida, Stanislaus, Fresno, Tulare, and San Bernardino counties, California, say that it's too large, that more limited testing is a controlled environment should be conducted first. What we would have liked to have seen is something closer to what Oxitec and the U.S. Department of Agriculture did regarding their diamondback moth release in New York site, said JD. Without tetracycline, mosquitoes will not develop into adulthood. The company released male mosquitoes with this genetic sequence into the environment to breed with females. When it works correctly, the offspring produced will also have tetracycline dependency and not develop into adulthood. As spokesperson of Oxitec told the San Bernardino Sun that it had reduced Aegypti numbers in an area by 98%, but that claim is not publicly verified, as U.S. regulators permit companies to maintain their internal data as confidential business information. What publicly available data there is on GE mosquitoes do not indicate efficiency at that level. In 2012, confidential Oxitec documents obtained by the British group Genewak UK showed that 15% of GE animals were able to survive to adulthood. This was because the mosquitoes were being reared in canned chicken cat food that contained a trace levels of tetracycline from its production process. In the context of the current proposed release in agricultural areas of California, EPA authorization limits release within 500 meters of wastewater treatment plants, orchid crops, and livestock facilities, but it still remains highly likely that low levels of tetracycline in the environment will be encountered. Let's read this last one. It says, but the data from the trials indicates serious problems, leading the Territory Environmental Health Minister to tell Edmonton Journal the scheme wasn't getting the results we were looking for. Briefing documents, again uncovered by Greenwatch, indicated no significant reduction in the abundance of mosquitoes in the released area, and further found that the number of biting, disease-spreading females had actually increased. Cayman Island officials indicated concern that the approach could be spreading antibiotic resistance or make mosquito-borne diseases worse by lowering immunity. Tellingly, Aztec's failed proposed plan with the Caymans would have included a supplemental use of mosquito adulticides, a practice that company claims the GE technology would eliminate. Neither GE mosquitoes nor highly hazardous insecticides should be the primary line of defense against mosquito problems. Control of disease-carrying mosquitoes can be successful when emphasis is placed on public education and preventative strategies. Individuals can take action by eliminating standing water, introducing mosquito-eating fish, encouraging predators such as bats, birds, dragonflies, and frogs, and using least toxic larvicides like Bacillus thuringiensis. Yeah, so this all sounds really crazy, right? So yeah, for me, like what they're saying here at the end of the article, like, reducing standing water, the natural ways to fight against this thing, instead of freaking putting out these freaking Godzilla mosquitoes into the wild and really not knowing what kind of impact that's going to have long term. They're saying that they're going to die off. They're not going to grow to adults and all of this, but they said that if they had access to this chemical, I forgot what it is now, that they could survive. So there goes the little loophole. So when the shit doesn't work, and they'll just be like, well, they had access to this chemical, so that's why it didn't work. So it's not really our fault. And then now we got Godzilla walking around. Like, I don't know, man. Like, it's crazy. And the whole thing, when they were talking about Zika, it was scary. It's really, really scary. It causes these birth defects, with the baby having a big head and stuff. And, not being able to live very long and stuff. And that stuff scares the crap out of people, So, but the thing is that it wasn't really a whole lot of cases of this, So for them to have such a huge, reaction to this, even though the numbers were really low, is crazy. But the people allow it because the thing is really scary. And it seems like that's what they do again and again and again and again. And then I was reading about this, and they were saying about how maybe they're using freaking mosquitoes to vaccinate people, kind of so people don't want to get vaccinations, so then they put it in the mosquitoes. Wow, where's your consent with that? You're gonna have to freaking not be bit by a mosquito to be able to dodge. That's scary stuff right there. Let's read a comment. It says, I made a concoction of therapeutic grade peppermint essential oil, citronella, neem oil, and eucalyptus with a bit of ACV. This has been extremely helpful. I spray on all of my outdoor furniture and over the fam as we head out the door. Another comment says, wish we could put BG in a glass cage with his mosquitoes. Another comment says, Dr. Teal's lavender body oil. Another comment says, the world needs Bill Gates pull an Epstein and disappear from this earth. Another comment says, don't leave sitting water anywhere, not even a bottle cap where they can breathe. Another comment says, 80s is a household name back home in Brazil, carrying dengue and many other diseases. We learned about them as kids in school, including how to be aware of not accumulating still water so they don't proliferate as much. It is unfortunately a fact of life, their existence. Another comment, it says, I went outside for 3 minutes last night and have 27 bites on me. 27, it's terrifying. I have yet to find anything to stop from being bitten, and my allergies to these monsters is so bad that I want to cut the bites off. I'm very scared of catching something. Another comment says, I believe oil would work best at repelling these genetically AI bugs. It's crazy. Another one, it says, they told us this already. They thought we almost forgot. They will inject the mRNA in you through the mosquitoes. That's what I was saying. Another one, it says, F this. I'm so allergic to these things. They love my blood. One more, I'm going to move on. It says, so are our dragonflies not eating these? I'm in Florida. I still grow lemongrass and citronella around the house, and I put it along with camphor in my butters. I notice bugs don't like when we burn camphor either. Yeah, I think we need to focus on natural ways to deal with these kinds of things. The answer is not these freaking genetically modified mosquitoes. I can easily say that with confidence.
Urging people to immediately stop using 2 more types of eye drops because of possible fungal and bacterial contamination. Health officials telling customers not to buy Dr. Burns MSM drops, 5% solution, and Light Eyes MSM eye drops, eye repair. They say the drops could pose a serious risk to vision and health. The CDC previously warning about several other eye drop brands linked to 4 deaths and dozens of infections in 18 states. The FDA now urging people to immediately stop using 2 more types of eye drops because of possible fungal and bacterial contamination. Health officials telling customers not to buy Dr. Burns MSM drops, 5% solution, and Light Eye.
Another thing to be scared of, huh? Why don't they just take this stuff off of the freaking shelf? Anyways, I missed some comments. I don't know how old they are. J503 says nuclear is the best source, but it's embraced worldwide. That's back when I was talking about other sources. It says it's not the cause of fire, it's the response that is nefarious. Okay. I feel you there. And he says, don't underestimate man's evilness, manipulating nature for his own purpose. And CF Media said, what did I run into? Why the hell won't we just take these damn things off of the shelf? You know, they said, okay, let's read this. It says the FDA has issued a warning urging people to immediately stop using Dr. Burns MSM drops, 5% solution, and Light Eyes MSM eye drops due to potential contamination, David Murrow reports. Because they said some people died from this stuff. Why they can't just pull this stuff off the shelf, man? Pull it off the shelf and then send messages out to people if you have this batch number or whatever to freaking discard it or whatever. Like these stories like this, like I say, it seems like it's all really just to scare the shit out of you. They gave you just enough information for you to be scared because it's like, I use eye drops. I wear contacts. So it's like, you know, are my eye drops going to kill me? Like, you know, immediately that's what I'm thinking. Let's read some comments. Look, the first comment, it says not to buy, remove that shit from the store. Boom. That's what I'm saying. Another comment, it says, Earth is so ghetto now, I can't take it. Another comment, it says, I just bought some Lumify eye drops and I double checked to make sure they were the ones involved. But I was still so nervous. I only the drops in one eye just in case. I still have one good eye. I laughed my ass off. Another comment, it says, I don't buy anything that uses the letter Z in place of an S. I guess that's a good rule of thumb. Another comment, it says, why release products unfinished? How many years has the FDA been approving products before they're completely finished? This is criminal, and they should be held accountable for their lack of respect for the public. I feel you on that. It says, ever since COVID hit the world has gone behind crazy. The cloning meat now, a submarine imploded, people lying about being kidnapped, and had the whole world praying for them. The world is freaking heating up at its record rates. California had an earthquake and hurricane right after. Like, what the hell? Crazy times. Another comment says, can't use S anymore. Another comment says, it's eye drops, no fungus, no bacteria. Your only job is no contamination. That's your only effing job. Like, come on. Another comment says, life is so exhausting. Another one that says, but which eye drop besides the two mentioned has been recalled? He never said. Like I say, the information was just enough to scare the shit out of you. Another comment says, people were posting about this over a month ago, and this is barely making the news. This is why everyone looks to TikTok for their news. I'm telling you, bro. Like, man, I get a lot. Mine is my Instagram feed. I get stuff on there way before. Anyways, they talked about quantum meat in the comments. Let's go to this.
In order to separate the protein from the fat, they'll run it through a solvent called hexane. Now, hexane is recognized by the federal government as a neurotoxin. It's thought to have impacts on reproductive health.
One consumer group is warning that some of the chemicals found in fake meat products could stop your cravings cold. You might have seen their ads, in fact, on our air even, the group launching a full-fledged campaign warning these popular plant-based products could have traces of toxic chemicals, some of which have been linked to cancer. Joining us now is Brianne Kincaid, Research Director at the Center for Consumer Freedom. Brianne, great to have you with us.
Thanks for having me on.
What did you find and which products did you test?
Yeah, so we actually looked at the ingredient list of about 80 separate plant-based items. We found that broadly, these products are actually very highly processed. Some of them contain as many as 50 individual ingredients. Several of them are artificial. And one of our main concerns with these products is that people understand that processed food is perhaps not so good for you. But when you start calling it plant-based, people think that they're swapping out their beef burger for a vegetable, and that's absolutely not the case.
Which products specifically are you pointing to? Because you sort of made it clear that it's not specifically Beyond Meat, that there are worse offenders that are out there as options for consumers, and yet the ad makes it really look like it's Beyond Meat.
So Beyond Meat certainly has some items of concern. I would say that pea protein isolate, which is the bulk of their burger, it's not just peas that are ground up into the product. They go through a very heavy manufacturing process. And while we can't know the exact process because it's proprietary, there are other companies, usually ones that use soybeans, that through this process, it's called extrusion. In order to separate the protein from the fat, they'll run it through a solvent called hexane. Now, hexane is recognized by the federal government as a neurotoxin. It's thought to have impacts on reproductive health. And there have been studies recently in the last several years that consumer groups will actually go to grocery stores, pick these items off of the shelves, test the residual hexane in them, and find that the levels are actually higher than those allowed in the European Union.
Okay, and you guys point out that Morningstar, Gardena, these names might be familiar to our viewers out there, are the worst offenders when it comes to some of these chemicals existing in the products that aren't necessarily good for you.
I mean, I think it is a problem. I wouldn't eat it if I didn't think that it was healthy. I've ordered an Impossible Burger at a restaurant, and I did it because I thought it was healthy. So I think it's an issue.
Crazy, 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 crazy. You know, I don't understand. If you're like a vegetarian or a vegan, why do you want to eat a burger? You know, okay, it's not a burger or whatever, but it looks like a burger. It's supposed to taste like a burger. It makes you feel like you're eating a burger. You know, if you want to avoid the meat, just avoid the damn meat. You know, stop it. Stop it. Stop it. It's crazy. It's really crazy to like, you know, okay, I want to eat vegetables, but I want to eat something that's like a meat. Like, I don't understand. Like, I really don't get it. I don't get it at all. Like, don't eat the burgers. Just don't eat any burgers. If you don't want to eat burgers, don't eat the burgers. A fake burger, Impossible Burger, a vegetable burger, whatever the hell it is, just avoid that shit. You know what I'm saying? Eat the vegetables. I mean, it's really simple. Eat the fruits, eat the vegetables. Stay away from the damn meat if you don't want to eat the meat. I mean, come on. You know, if you don't want to eat any products that come from animals, then don't eat any products that come from animals. Don't like some fake milk. I did a story about the milk. You know, that's a damn scam. It's a ripoff, and it's not healthy for you. It contains a lot of sugar, you know, and other stuff in it. And it's like you trade in one thing for another, you know, and it's all to just like trick yourself mentally. It's a mental mind fuck that you're doing to yourself. So just stop it. Just stop it. You know, these companies are making a killing off of these products. That's another thing. When I did the story about the milk, it's like it actually really cheap for them to produce it, but they charge it even way more than regular milk, way marked up. So they're making a killing off of you, and they're killing you at the same time. You know what I mean? Like, it's really just crazy. It's a fad. It's these fads that you jump on, and just because everybody is on it doesn't mean it's like me. I have a rule of thumb. If everybody is on something, I'm not on it. I avoid it, whatever it is, because you know I grew up in the church, and it's like what they said: the road to hell is wide and well traveled, and then the one to heaven is narrow, and few people walk it. So like, you know, I'm sure I butchered that line, but that the meaning of that stays in my mind all the time. So whenever I see something that everyone is on, I try to avoid it the best of my ability. You know, sometimes it's impossible. I ain't gonna lie, because of the world that we live in, but you can avoid impossible meats, impossible burgers, or whatever the hell. You know what I mean? Just go and get you some fruits and keep it simple. Get you some fruits and vegetables. You know what I'm saying? You want to cook them up or whatever, season them up or whatever, you know, that's cool. Like, whatever, man. But like, you know, it's kind of like the cauliflower that looks like hot wings or whatever. I guess that's okay. I mean, but then it's not going to be good for you with all of that sauce that you put on there. So you're tricking yourself. You know, you're not being healthy. You know, it's not. Don't lie to yourself. Just eat the vegetables, eat the fruits. Just stop it with this, please. It's crazy. It's insanity. I'm going to do some quick stories because I got to get out of here. It says Brazil's Supreme Court rules homophobic hate speech can result in prison time. It says in Brazil, the use of homophobic slurs is now punishable by up to 5 years in prison. The country's Supreme Court ruled on August 21st to elevate homophobic hate speech to the level of racist hate speech, which is punishable by 2 to 5 years in prison. The decision was 9-1. According to France 24, the court ruled to criminalize homophobia in 2019, but that reportedly only applied to slurs against LGBTQ plus community overall rather than individuals. The new ruling further expands legal protections for LGBTQ plus individuals. The lead judge in this case, Justice Edson Fachin, stated in his ruling that providing equal legal protection to LGBTQA citizens was a constitutional imperative. So let's read a comment. It says, just a reminder that freedom of speech and hate speech are two very different concepts. Yeah. I mean, you can have freedom of speech, but you can't just like, you know, bully people. There's a line that gets crossed. Let me read another one. It says, this is absolutely necessary for a country like Brazil with rampant cases of homophobic hate crimes. Every week there's news of a gay or trans person being killed. So I wonder what happens. Like in this picture, I don't know what this is in this picture, some kind of pride parade or something. But what about in the football games, the soccer games or whatever, when the crowd is like, you know, calling somebody a monkey or something? Are they going to hold those people accountable? Let me read another comment. It says, well, it looks like the U.S. could learn something from Brazil, especially about public health and public transportation. Another one, it says, hate speech leads to death and suffering. It ain't considered free speech if it's meant to harm others. Then rethink what free speech is about. Another comment, it says, good, it's 2023, not the 50s. Another comment, it says, dear First Amendment Constitution experts, freedom of speech doesn't mean that you are free from accountability from what you say. That's kind of important too. I mean, like, you can say what you want to say, but if somebody punches you in the mouth, hey, hey, these are the breaks. Another one that says, now there's an idea America could learn from It says, sad, Brazilians do not have the freedom of speech. Another comment, it says, guys, this isn't a new concept. Being a neo-Nazi in Germany is punishable with prison. Technically, that counts as freedom of speech, but the reason why it's forbidden is because it's normalizing hatred. And also it makes people uncomfortable. And third, hatred is a choice that is destructive to communities. I think everywhere should have laws like this because hate speech may count as an opinion, but it's a destructive idea that will make innocent people who have done nothing to you feel ashamed or hurt. And also it normalizes inflicting those things on other people. You calling it an opinion is just an excuse. You don't want people to be treated equally. You want to stay the same so you can live your life easier than others. Where are your morals, your empathy? Oh, looks like we got Doc. I can't stay in here much longer though. Yeah. What is this one?
There is no France. There is no France without Africa. The day Africa liberates itself from France, France will collapse as a country because France, it is based on everything African. They don't have anything to offer to themselves. They keep on taking from Africa. So please, let's make sure that we plow the idea of African unity. We may not be there when Africa gets one president, but we'll be the ones who have planted that idea amongst our children, and our children will salute us forever.
So it says, no France without Africa. It says, still wondering why France has blown a fuse over the overthrow of Niger's former leader, Mohamed Bazoum, one of its closest allies in the region. Here is Pan-Africanist politician and leader of South Africa's Economic Freedom Fighters Party, Julius Malema, breaking down how France's economy depends on its parasitic relationship with its former colonies in Africa, and the maps out what needs to be done in the future. Question is, how long will it take? Let's read some comments. It says, not just France, there is no Europe without Africa. I repeat, the whole continent of Europe will collapse of ties with Africa are cut. Let's know our worth. We deserve equality and a united continent. Another one that says, unite Africa, one president, one military, one currency equals one powerful voice. Wake up, Africa, the time is now. Another comment that says, the CIA's greatest nightmare, one Africa. Another comment that says, in South Africa, when a leader is done talking, we say Amandla to those powerful words. Amandla. Amandla. It always seems impossible until it's done. That's a Mandela quote. Another comment, it says, may God protect this man and make his visions come real. There's still hope for Africa. One more. It says, I'm so happy for this situation is happening in Africa. I'm happy that it's in the news. Oh yeah, we got to do this story. The guy who led the Wagner Group died in a plane crash earlier this week. This is Putin's comments about it. He says, I knew him for a very long time, since the early 1990s. He was a man with a complicated fate, and he made serious mistakes in life. He achieved the results he needed both. And when I asked him for the common cause, as in these last months, he was a talented person and a talented businessman. He worked not only in our country and worked with results, but also abroad in Africa in particular. He was involved in oil, gas, precious metals, and stones there. As far as the aviation tragedy, First of all, I want to express my sincere condolences to the families of all the victims. It is always a tragedy. Indeed, if there were, the primary data indicate that there were employees of the Wagner PMC. I would want to note that these people made a significant contribution to our common cause of fighting the neo-Nazi regime in Ukraine. We remember this, we know it, we will not forget it. So, Russian President Vladimir Putin offers his condolences to the family of Yevgeny Prigozhin after a plane crash presumably killed top leaders of the Wagner mercenary group. What else? I have something else on this. Let me see if I can find it. Give me a second, y'all. I think it's in Twitter. Let me see. Yeah, so that plane was, it was apparently shot down. They didn't say that it was, but in the pictures, you could see that like it was missing a freaking wing and it was on fire and it was on its way to the ground. Those are the pictures that are floating around. Let me see if I can find this clip.
Hey man, I know it was about an hour ago or so, but you did notice you had Richardson Elliott commenting on you.
Yeah, I think I read his comments.
Okay, I just wanted. I'm just going back and checking because I wasn't here and I had. Well, to be honest, man, the tamale guy came by the store tonight.
Tamale guy.
And you know Houston. We like our tamales like people like their drug deals and their AK and their gun deals. Out the back of a trunk in the dark at the side of a restaurant.
Oh yeah, I bet you they were tasty.
They were freaking awesome, man. Spicy beef, some homemade green verde sauce that actually made my eyes water a little bit. Oh, blessings be. But man, I'll tell you, you eat 6 tamales and they'll knock you out.
So that's what happened. You was knocked out.
Oh man, blissfully, gloriously, awesomely, yes.
Yeah, and I came on late as hell, man. I got out of work late because I got a late table and they wouldn't leave. Sucks.
Пиздец, это беспилотник. Сбили, бабахнуло 2 раза, взорвалось.
These are pictures of the
Падает.
plane
Ты посмотри.
falling out the sky here. It says breaking Prigozhin's jet was. Go ahead.
That's not normal, man.
Yeah.
That pilot, whoever's piloting that airplane, they're dead.
Yeah. Well, everybody on board died. It was 10 people.
Well, no, what I'm saying is for that plane to drop completely vertically like that, he's out, dude. Because that plane can have some sort of a glide path, and that has a glide path of a helicopter.
It was missing a wing. Let me read this. It says the Embraer Legacy 600 business jet with registration number RA which belonged to Prigozhin was shot down by air defense fire at the Ministry of Defense of Russian Federation in the Bologov district of Trevor region.
They actually say it was shot down. Okay.
Yeah, this is actually the first time me seeing them say it was shot down. It says, what we know now, there were 7 people on board. Before the plane crash, local residents heard 2 explosions, which is confirmed by contrails in the sky in one of the videos and directed by eyewitness. RT reports with reference to the Federal Air Transport Agency that among the passengers of the plane, the name of surname Yevgeny Prigozhin was listed. So, but that's what they keep saying, that he was listed to be on the plane. But that's
Yeah,
not necessarily saying that he was on the plane.
He's up somewhere in Siberia asking some questions right now, answering questions right now, probably.
No, I think he was on the plane. I think he's gone. That's what I think. There's a lot. Anyways, what we were saying on the show before, remember I said, like, I was like, I can't believe that Putin would let this guy get away with this. You know, he just about almost successfully did a coup. He was right outside of Moscow and decided to turn around. And then they said they were going to give him a break, but he had to leave out of Russia. So he was exiled to, damn it, I can't remember where. But this was right outside of Moscow where this plane got shot down. So it's like, you know, I guess, you know, you can't come back. I mean, we're going to let you live, but you can't come back. But I don't think they was planning on letting him live either way.
Oh, no, he had at tops a couple of maybe 2-3 years.
Yeah.
Long enough for attention to go somewhere else.
Right. That's what I was thinking. Just let it cool off a little bit and then go get that guy. I can't believe they let him live as long as they did, as long as he did.
They kept his mouth shut. Maybe that changed. Maybe whatever he was doing in Moscow was not being quiet.
Yeah, well, I think that he wouldn't be able to come back to Russia at all and be like, cause he's dangerous, right? I mean, like, if he comes back to Russia, who's to say, you know, we don't have another coup on our hands? So it's like, if just looking at it from Putin's point of view, I'd be like, bruh, don't step foot back in Russia. Like, don't come back. Because he fired the chief of who was it? The military chief or whatever. Because there was other people involved in this. Condolences to the family who died. He says he was a person with complex faith, but acknowledged his talent. Where is it? I thought I had some more on this. I'm looking for it. Can't find it.
You muted yourself. You are muted. There you go.
Okay. Y'all can hear me now, right? Yeah, I'm looking for it.
Sounds like you're coming from a hallway, but we can hear you.
I'm fucking with the mic now. I should be coming through now.
There you go. It's getting better.
Yeah, man, I couldn't believe this guy lived as long as he did. Okay, here I got something. Okay, let me play some of this video right quick on this. Yeah, you can't fail at a coup anywhere really and live, but especially Russia. Failed coups get you.
I don't know. Let's see what one more year brings here as far as all these lawsuits and everything, and see if that still stands.
A private plane carrying Wagner mercenary group chief Yevgeny Prigozhin crashed Wednesday, August 23rd, in the Tver region northwest of Moscow. Russian officials say Prigozhin, Wagner leader Dmitry Utkin, and Prigozhin's senior aide Valery Chekalov died in the crash, along with 4 other passengers and 3 crew members. Scott Lucas, a professor of international politics at the University College Dublin, says the crash was likely no accident.
Western intelligence agencies, not just the U.S., but European agencies, are sending out signals that it looks like that it was an anti-aircraft missile that took this down. Now, you know, what you then take as the next step, unless you believe that a Russian anti-aircraft battery went rogue or that there was some type of, horrible mistake, that's a target. That's an operation. That is a targeted assassination.
Russia's official state news agency TASS reported that an investigation has been ordered into the crash. The crash happened exactly 2 months after Prigozhin started a mutiny against Russia's military leadership that lasted roughly 24 hours. Prigozhin and his forces turned around before reaching Moscow and were subsequently permitted to relocate to Belarus. Andrei Karabkov, an expert on Russia teaching at Middle Tennessee State University, was not surprised at all by Prigozhin's death.
It's been exactly 2 months, and it's very symbolic. From the start, I kept saying Prigozhin is doomed. He's violated the most important Kremlin rule. He wasn't loyal to the leader. What happened 2 months ago was embarrassing enough for Putin. So this crash was to be expected.
Lucas says that if the plane was deliberately brought down, it's Putin's way of sending a message.
It was done in such a way as to send a very public signal to others within the Russian establishment, within the military, within the political, within the economic elites, which is, if you cross me, if you challenge me, you will pay the ultimate price.
Karabkov adds that while the Wagner chief's death might benefit Putin, it likely won't benefit the Russian war effort in Ukraine.
Prigozhin showed himself as an effective manager and commander. Now the consequences will include tightening of control and grip, demanding more loyalty from commanders. But this can lead to loss of effectiveness and loss of control over both Wagner fighters and similar structures.
On Thursday, Putin offered condolences to families of plane crash victims and said Prigozhin was a talented person who made some serious mistakes. Anna Rice, VOA News, Washington.
All right. What you think, Doc? It's not surprising at all, is what I would say. I'm surprised he lived as long as he did. Look, let me read some comments. The first one, it says, remember, kids, always finish what you started. Like I say, you can't attempt a coup, fail, and expect to live, especially in Russia. What was it with that whole thing? Like, that's crazy. Why did he turn back around? Like,
we use indictments. They use explosives.
Yeah.
They play hard, man.
Telling you, man. Let me read another comment. These are comments underneath the YouTube video that I just played. Voice of America. It says, it means literally nothing. It means more for Wagner and Belarus.
The funny thing about it is no one at all has said anything or questioned about the fact that, well, they got shot down just outside of the main city in Russia. Not like crossing over the border, not being unidentified in a weird spot. It's just like, yeah, it had a guy that tried a coup. Yeah, it got shot down, dumbass.
Telling you, man. What was he thinking?
He wasn't thinking. If he was thinking, he would have left by armored fucking car.
And stayed gone. And hid somewhere. Changed his damn name and appearance.
Oh, no, they're going to get to him anyway. I mean, he would have had a few years left. And if he had gone by armored car rather than plane, it would have been a much messier situation. He would have had a better chance getting out because it would have brought too much attention actually to do it.
Let me read another comment. It says, what it means is if you're planning to stand up to Putin, you best finish the job, because if you don't, you best believe Putin will. Another comment, it says, not convinced Prigozhin was actually on that flight, but as an American, I couldn't care less. Yeah, I'm not 100% either, but I think he was. They keep
Man,
saying his.
You know, Hillary's sitting there going, "Damn, he's got it on easy mode."
Yeah, it's like I wish I could do that. I wish I could just do that. Another comment, it says it means you don't try to overthrow Putin without finishing the job. Another one, it says he greatly embarrassed Putin. Putin has no qualms when it comes to poisoning, murdering, and imprisoning or otherwise hurting anyone who stands in his way. I think so too. I think that, you know, the worst thing, I mean, like he did like the worst thing, like embarrassing Putin, you know.
This guy is old school spycraft CIA director. This is like Daddy Bush when Daddy Bush ran the government. The guy that knows all the dirty little secrets is at the top of the chain right now. I mean, yeah, you can't sneeze wrong, or you know, you're the guy at the coffee shop that you mentioned something to is going to be the one that you find out reported you to the fearless leader. I mean, it's like I said, he was the leader of the KGB pre fall, so
yeah.
And he survived being in a position of that much power through two different regimes after that change too.
Yeah. That's the reason why, you know, he has such a huge following too, because he stood there, you know. It's a really cool story about how he was like in the offices of like whatever, like the KGB offices, and pretty much everybody had left and he was protecting it, and the people were coming. They were already burning down, you know, city, you know, state government buildings and shit, and they were coming up the steps, and Putin came out of the building and he was like, I got like 5 shots or 10 shots or whatever he said in this pistol. He said, y'all gonna take me out, but I'm taking 9, 10 of y'all out first. and they backed off, and it was like one of the only buildings that didn't get burnt and trashed. You know, it just shows his balls.
See, Thieves89 has a comment in Rumble. Dirty little taints.
Dirty little taints. What does that mean? Yeah, man. Freaking Putin. You know, there's still a lot of people that really, really like him. Like, I know that it's not everybody, not all. Like, it's in Russia. Just kind of like arguing about Putin, you know, can get you into a fight or beat up or whatever, because you got really strong feelings, you know, on both sides. So he's got people that really love him, and he's got people that hate him there. I can't do much more, y'all. Let me see. I'm looking for another story to do before we go. We talked about the Republican. Let's do this one. It says, Speaker Kevin McCarthy says that the House could move forward with an impeachment inquiry against President Joe Biden once we come back into session. It says, how about you just do it like the Democrats did? During an interview with Larry Kudlow, McCarthy made the excuse that it was hard to move forward with impeachment because the Biden administration keep obstructing by refusing to hand over documents. Kudlow, you as Speaker McCarthy have not made up your mind whether to actually launch an impeachment inquiry. McCarthy, well, listen, the thing that holds up what we do in an impeachment inquiry, provide us the documents we are asking. If they provide us the documents, there will be a need for an impeachment inquiry. It says, how much longer are you going to delay and make false threats? So this was Fox News. Let's play this.
I've never seen a person in elected office use their office like this to have 20 shell companies. You have 9 people in the family getting paid after you take certain actions. I mean, remember what has been allocated or accused here is you've got a whistleblower that the FBI still pays that believes heavily in, way back years ago said that they are being bribed, the Biden family. But they never did anything with it, the FBI. You got IRS agents who's telling us they got treated differently, that the FBI actually warned Hunter Biden before they wanted to go meet with him. That here we have this Weiss, who's now the special counsel, literally let the statute of limitations run out on the most severe tax problems that the Biden family had, that they did you not disclose $400,000 and now get away with it without paying taxes? Nobody else in America was allowed to do that. And they knowingly allowed that to happen. They warned their attorneys before they would enter to find the papers that he had storage at a storage unit. That's not how they treated President Trump and others. So why is this special treatment here? And why can't we get the documents to prove that you're not being bribed, that you didn't get foreign money directly in, that you didn't talk to your son? But what we found now is the things that then Vice President Biden running for president told the American public is not true. And he's now had to change what he said. And now the big whistleblower action that we've now found too, he used pseudonames while he was vice president, where they CC'd Hunter Biden about discussions with Ukraine. At the same time, we've now learned that Hunter Biden was being pressured while he was on that oil and gas company, Burisma, about getting rid of that prosecutor. And you have then President Biden, in his own words, saying that he withheld $1 billion to get that individual fired.
So I take it, if I understand you, you as Speaker McCarthy have not yet made up your mind whether to actually launch an impeachment inquiry.
Well, listen, the thing that holds up whether to do impeachment inquiry, provide us the documents we're asking. The whole determination here is how the Bidens handle this. If they provide us the documents, there wouldn't be a need for impeachment inquiry. But if they withhold the documents and fight like they have now to not provide to the American public what they deserve to know, we will move forward with impeachment inquiry when we come back into session.
All right. Thank you for that.
I've never.
So I wonder if this will actually happen. So he's saying that when they come back in session, they're going to do an impeachment inquiry on Biden. I wonder. Let's see some tweet replies. It says non-action is a form of gaslighting. Another comment, it says, does a current conservative leadership finally have the grit to push back? Another comment, it says, Kevin will be swinging into decisive action just as soon as he receives Joe Biden's signed confession. Another comment, let's see. It says, all talk, no action. It says, woulda, coulda, shoulda. Kevin McCarthy needs to call the House back now and start impeachment of all the corrupt administration hacks. Another comment says, do I believe him? No, because they could have done it already. Another comment that says, Kevin McCarthy will never move forward with impeachment because he doesn't actually want to. He's all talk, no action. McCarthy needs to be replaced. He's had enough time to make meaningful change, and he's failed. Harsh words for this guy. I wonder. You know, but what I say though, you know, corruption on both sides, and it's just not a good look. Imagine what the other countries around the world, you know, looking at the United States are thinking, you know, because you got Trump under 999,000 indictments, and then you got, you know, Joe Biden's son in and out of court, and then you got, you know, talk of impeaching Biden. So from the outside looking in, I mean, it's kind of like what we say when we talk about a lot of these African countries, when we talk about them being all corrupt, and shady elections, shady things happening, corrupt leaders, criminal leaders. You know, I'm willing to bet, you know, people in other countries are saying that about the United States. Just from whatever news that they're getting. It says Trump supporter Brad Barnes says he just filed for the arrest of Fannie Willis at the courthouse and that he's outside Fulton County Jail to get the word out.
Dude, why do every time you see Trump supporter or something like that, they put up some friggin' eyesore that looks like that?
Like all
and
of
then
his.
Who the hell is him, a professional either reporter or politician or whatever? Who the hell told him to go outside looking like that? Whoever is the man who can carry his image needs to be smacked.
You can't be.
And he needs to have his hand. He needs to have a few cheeseburgers smacked out of his hand too.
Okay, so I'm here with Brad Barnes, who just filed an arrest for the Fulton County DA. Now, what are you alleging charges on her for?
So there are 4 charges: 2 under the U.S. Code, 2 under the Georgia Code. So the 2 under the Georgia Code are violation of oath by a public officer, which is 1610(1), and unprofessional conduct by public officers and employees, which is 4511(4). And then the 2 under the U.S. Code are under 18 U.S.C. 241 and 242, and those are conspiracy against rights and deprivation of rights under color of law.
Okay, so what exactly are you saying that she did?
So it's very clear that she is using her public office to prosecute a political grudge, and actions such as charging lawyers for filing legal paperwork and representation of their clients for example, is a clear violation of the defendants, like Mr. Trump's right to a redress of grievances under the First Amendment.
Okay. I think that's it. Do you have anything else on this? Why'd you come down here to the jail today?
Well, I think it's important that we get this information out there. And, I wanted to be with my fellow Republicans and fellow Trump supporters. It's always a good time. Everyone's always very positive to these sorts of things.
Okay, so
It looks like he got his suit from like a clown store or something. Like a costume shop.
Dude, he's putting more faith in the top button of that freaking jacket than most of the women I see in clubs these days and the buttons on their shirts.
Oh, man.
And I'm sorry, I'm not normally for fat shaming and all, but these are the Republican guys. They love to show them because they got that particular attitude and sound, and it really makes you just want to punch them. And then the way they look, I mean, oh God.
That suit coat looked like it cost about $5.
You look good in basic colors. It's like, no, you don't.
Let's read some tree replies. It says, those are actually valid. What he is stating is correct. So it says 2019 Georgia Code, Title 45, Public Officer and Employees, Chapter 11, Miscellaneous. offenses concerning public officers and employees, unprofessional conduct, misdemeanor applicable. So somebody put the code that he was talking about. Another comment, it says, can we all do this? If so, there's going to be a lot of people at courthouses tomorrow. Another comment, it says, yes, sweetheart, I think we all should do the same. Fingers crossed. Another comment, it says, make sure we support this man. No elected Republican is doing anything but this man is. Maybe it's time we look to the warriors of public office. Apparently he has something our elected representatives don't, a backbone. Another comment, it says, I like this guy, not sure if it's the tie or what, LOL. Somebody said it's the tie. Oh, man. Another comment, it says, I'm not holding my breath on this one. Another one, it says, this is more than any other Republican has done, so good job.
It's like the kid Ralph from The Simpsons is a lawyer. It's like, ooh, our country's in danger.
Oh my God, bro. Like, the jokes write themselves. It's just cringe. The whole interview is cringe. They're like standing in front of like, what is some cars? They're like on the lawn. So they were out. I guess they said they were outside the courthouse, but I don't know. It looks like a skit to me. Looks like a skit. So it says, like I said last week, be aware of the men that randomly appear saying all the things you want to hear in the most professional way.
So first, let me just address a question that is on everybody's mind at home tonight. Who the heck is this skinny guy with a funny last name, and what the heck is he doing in the middle of this stage? I'll tell you, I'm not a politician.
Of a mill worker's son who dares to defy the odds. The hope of a skinny kid with a funny name who believes that America has a place for him too.
Well, it went over way better when Barack said it. You know, if you're gonna recycle Barack's line, then do a better job of delivery.
Dude, Barack was just recycling lines from other presidents that had come before him. I mean, if you listen to most of it, a lot of it is repeated stuff. Matter of fact, Make America Great Again goes all the way back to, I want to say 1941 or maybe even earlier. And it's even been used at least once as a Democratic slogan.
Let's hear Giuliani's comments.
To Georgia, and I'm feeling very, very good about it because I feel like I'm defending the rights of all Americans, as I did so many times as a United States attorney.
Come on.
People like to say I'm different. I'm the same Rudy Giuliani that took down the mafia, that made New York City the safest city in America, reduced crime more than any mayor in the history of any city, anywhere. And I'm fighting for justice. I have been from the first moment. I represented Donald Trump, an innocent man who has now been proven innocent several times. I don't know how many times he has to be proven innocent, and they have to be proven to be liars, actually enemies of our republic, who are destroying rights, sacred rights. They're destroying my right to counsel, my right to be a lawyer. They're destroying his right to counsel. It's not accidental that they've indicted all his lawyers. Never heard of that before. In America, all the lawyers indicted. Now, whether you dislike or you like Donald Trump, let me give you a warning. They're going to come for you. When the political winds shift, as they always do, let us pray that Republicans are more honest, more trustworthy, and more American than these people in charge of this government. Because if our government is conducted this way, and the system of justice is politicized and criminalized for politics, your rights are in jeopardy and your children's. Donald Trump told you this. They weren't just coming for him or me. Now they've indicted people in this case. I don't even know who they are. These are just regular people making a normal living. They're going to bankrupt. They won't convict them.
So they turned that RICO around on Giuliani. He was known for using a RICO. Now he got a RICO.
Yeah, but you got to remember the chick doing it also throws RICO around like Oprah gives cars out. You know, one for you and one for you and one for you.
Yeah, I saw a clip where they were talking about that some teachers. She threw RICO on some teachers that were cheating or whatever. I guess they were helping the children cheat, and she threw RICO charges on them. Tweet replies. It says, they will only come for us once they find a way to remove 2A. Until then, they will do what they can over the next 2 years, but won't push their luck. It says, Heavenly Father, please protect our brother. Another one, it says, Fannie Willis is only doing this because her handlers told her to, and so she would have mugshots to show during a re-election campaign. She knows she's going to lose these cases. It says, just like Donald Trump, Rudy Giuliani is totally innocent, and I hope he wipes the floor with these a-holes. Doing the same to him they are doing to Trump. Rudy Giuliani did amazing things for NYC, and that's what the left hate. Look at New York now. It's an S-hole. It says, Adams or Giuliani, who's worse?
Hey, we should be happy about some of the things done in New York because at least 2 different corporate headquarters have moved from New York, one to Austin, one to Houston. And I hear there's going to be more.
This comment, it says, put the trials on TV. Let's do this O.J. Simpson style. The whole country on their toes. It's going to be a circus regardless. Well, it already is. Already is.
Yeah. You know, I got to agree with what he said, though. And it's something I've been saying ever since the Republicans started this shit by going after Clinton when nobody really cared that much. They've weaponized impeachment. That's why it didn't bother 45 when he got them. It's like, yeah, so what? It doesn't stop me from doing anything. It's not real. It's just you making crap up. Go ahead, say it. Okay, I have a label that you have placed on me that you are now going to shame me for. You know, people do that to me all the time. They look at me and tell me what I said, and it's like, oh, well, this is what I heard, and then they attack me for what they heard. It's like, those aren't the words that came out my mouth. And we do that to each other here, too, which normally when we're doing it here, we're doing it on purpose, but, you know, and it's we know. But, man, when strangers do that, it kind of aggravates me. It's like, are we not speaking the same English?
Yeah.
I can switch to the King's English if you need me to, but I prefer American.
I'm going to wrap it on this story here. It says, the moment police find a chained woman in Kentucky, on August 16, 2023, police responded to neighbors' reports of hearing screams from a home down the street. When police arrived on the scene, they had realized that the entire first floor was barricaded shut. They noticed a woman screaming for help on the second floor. Police used a ladder to climb to the second floor and entered through a window, which the 37-year-old had opened for them. Upon entering the room, police found the woman chained and padlocked to the floor. Police had used a hatchet and hedge clipper to free the woman from the chains and a padlock around her neck. The woman's boyfriend, 36-year-old Moise Hay, had told her to come over and clean the home, but chained her to the floor upon arrival. Police arrested 36-year-old Moises May on one count of kidnapping, intimidating a participant in the legal process, wanton endangerment, assault, and terroristic threatening and harassment. Below is the body cam footage of police finding the victim chained up in the home. Seemed like they could have got some better charges on the guy.
Unbelievable video shows the rescue of a woman held captive, discovered with a collar around her neck, chained to the floor. Officers found her on the second floor of the home after discovering the entire first floor had been barricaded. Officers in Louisville, Kentucky made the terrifying discovery on August 16th on the city's south side. At about 7 o'clock that evening, a call came in from concerned neighbors reporting a woman screaming. Body camera video shows officers arrive on the scene. Early on, officials realized the entire first floor is barricaded off, blocking all doors and windows.
Put it go down? Yeah. I got a bunch of loose.
But there is a second floor window open after the woman chained inside, 37-year-old Jonna Wilson, kicked out a window and began screaming. Officers use a ladder found on the side of the home to reach Wilson.
Where you see a ladder?
At the top of the ladder, officers find Wilson crying with a chain collar and padlock around her neck. Immediately, they ask about the suspect.
Is anybody else in there? He did what? Is he Hispanic?
The suspect was later identified as 36-year-old Moses May, Wilson's estranged boyfriend and father to her child. She later told police he asked her to come over to clean the house. That's when he chained her up. She was there for about 5 hours before being rescued. Video shows officers follow the chain from Wilson's neck to a bolt in the floor. Officials use a hatchet to break her free.
But there's no one else in here, right?
No, you can.
Once she's safely removed from the home, officials use hedge clippers to remove the chain from Wilson's neck.
Damn.
What kind of car does he drive?
May was taken into custody 2 days later. He now faces multiple charges, including kidnapping, wanton endangerment, and assault. He's pleaded not guilty to all charges and is due back in court on Monday. Reporting for Long Crime Network.
Damn, so he's out on bail or whatever? Wow. Did they have her in protective custody somewhere? Wow, she has a kid for this guy? Wow. All I can say is wow. It seems like they could get him with more serious charges. Those sound like light charges. Can they get him with something? It was wanton endangerment, kidnapping. What was it? Hold on. Damn.
May was taken into custody 2 days later. He now faces multiple charges, including kidnapping, wanton endangerment, and assault. He's pleaded not guilty to all charges and is due back in court on Monday.
Kidnapping, wanton endangerment, and assault. I guess that's all they could charge him with. What are your comments on this?
Yeah, because they can't get anything intent-wise, intent to murder, intent to stuff like that, because he was keeping her there and alive. I mean, he didn't cross state lines, so it doesn't make it federal crimes. I mean, so yeah, they can't. I mean, depending upon the local laws, that might be all they can do. But I'm surprised about the bail.
Yeah, because he's out.
I wonder how much that bail was.
Yeah, they didn't say, but they said he was out on the streets. If
And
I
no
was her,
he should not be able to use the house as leverage for his bail, as the house is part of the crime scene and currently it should be tied up by the state, so he shouldn't be able to take a lien or a loan against it or anything.
it probably wasn't. Those are soft charges, so the bond, it probably wasn't that much. Wow,
Should be on something like that. On the low end, 20,000.
Well, that's only
moderate should be 50 to 100,000.
Well, 20,000. That would he'd only have to come up with 2,000 to get out, right? Ain't it 10%?
20, more like 20 on stuff like this. Traffic tickets and stuff like that. Just go back to court. Make sure you go back to court for the ticket kind of stuff. They roll about 10%. Others roll about 20. I've only known a couple of people that have talked to me about what their bail costs for anything above tickets, because I kind of don't want to know.
Yeah. I don't live my life as a criminal. I don't have many criminal friends, so Let me read some comment return.
I won't say that. It's just I'm not gonna. I don't want to know about that part of life that way.
Yeah.
Say that's just like you got your guys that like to play with other guys. Into the night, you done hanging out. It's like, hey, what you go? I'm gonna go watch some movies. Or what are you guys gonna do? Or we're gonna go suck some D. It's like, you guys have fun with that. I'm gonna go watch a movie.
Yeah.
That's about where my association with criminals is. Yeah, we're gonna go rob somebody. It's like, you have fun with that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna be somewhere else under a camera.
I don't deal with a bunch of people either. My circle is small. Let me read some comment replies. It says, just imagine how many more cases like this exist in the country and throughout the world. Sorry for the black pill. I ain't gonna lie, that's what I was thinking. Like I'm looking at this case, like how many times, how much of this kind of stuff is like this? It really kind of hurts my head to think about it. Like, wow, like the dude nonchalantly had her, like he had the thing around her neck and he had her bolted to the floor. She could get on the bed. I guess she could reach the restroom. Remember that movie Black Snake Moan?
Yep.
Yeah. So like, I don't know, man. Like in that movie, I guess he was doing it for her protection or whatever. He was trying to like help her or whatever. But I'm sure that whenever someone is doing something like this, they're gonna feel like they, have good reasons or whatever.
Well,
like
you know why they're softballing his charges, don't you?
Why I say that?
All they got to do is get him in jail for a little while.
Yeah.
The inmates will take care of the rest of his sentence.
If they hear about what he did,
you, the day he walks in, they're gonna know. and he tied up and imprisoned a woman. His baby mama's at that.
Yeah, that's what I'm about to say. That is really complicated. She has a kid with the guy. Like, that's really complicated. And like I say, how many women are going through stuff like this? How many people are going through stuff like this, like right now? Like, that's not making the news.
And you know, this does not even fall under human trafficking statistics. This will be listed as a domestic crime. Domestic abuse crime is what this will fall under. It won't fall under kidnapping, human trafficking, and things like that, which is at its heart exactly what it is. Denying freedom to another living, sentient human being. It's exactly what it is. Whatever you want to paint it, whatever problems circle around it, the ugly truth is he kidnapped and enslaved a woman for whatever purposes he was holding her there for.
Crazy. It really makes you afraid to like deal with people, like, because, you know, in this situation you got, you know, it's a dude doing it to a woman, and it kind of like makes sense or whatever, but I'm sure that, you know, you could have this type of situation flipped around too, you know. I don't know. Crazy people out there. How many crazies are out there? Let me read another.
This is another reason why I was not a big fan of clubs and bars and all that. I don't think I've ever more than once, well, maybe once or twice in, you know, 40 years, have gone out with a woman and gone to something or gone out with someone on the first night I met him, because you never know when you're dipping into crazy, man.
Yeah, man, and people are really good at
that. If you got a kid with that, that means you're stuck with that crazy for 18 years, and it may come out in the kid.
You never know. People are really good at hiding their like craziness too. Yeah, they're really crazy. Oh yeah, it's one more story I want to do right quick. Let me read some quick replies, and then I'm gonna do this other story, and then we're gonna wrap it for sure because my eyes are burning.
That's what we're missing. There's no sexual charges based on it. So he may not have been taking advantage of her like that.
Well, it's his baby mama, so it's domestic. So
that doesn't matter though. She's cheating there. There's been no grapefruit involved, if you know what I mean.
Right.
Otherwise, there'd be charges based on that.
Yeah.
So, you know, it was incarceration, kidnapping, isolation. It wasn't a fetish R-rated thing. I'm trying to avoid the word. It's been a lot of people tagged lately.
Yeah. Let me read this. It says, just imagine how many cases are like this already. It says, drive around New Mexico, home to the toy box killer, and see all the emptiness with a single home or trailer out in the distance. This thought creeps me out every time. Another one, it says, one answer and one answer only for him. Another one, it says, hedge clippers, unreal. Yeah, man. They had such hell getting her loose. Another one, it says, those are some big ass hedge clippers. Where did you see the hedge clippers? It says, thank God the neighborhood heard something and said something. Another one, it says, my heart goes out to the families. Another one, it says, will you go to clean the house if he's the one calling you? Yeah, that's another part of this story. So she said he asked her to come over and clean up, and then he just chained her. She had to be like, have some suspicions that he was up to something. Like,
again, they've got kids together. I don't know what their relationship was, good, bad, anything like that. You don't expect somebody that you slept with to chain you up. I mean, unless you're asking them to.
Unless you're into that type of thing. Let me read another one. It says, just imagine all of the other Silence of the Lambs type situations we never hear of or never found. Those movies give real insight in the sick minds of people doing stuff like this in real life. Another one that says, heartbreaking. This is someone's daughter and a little child's mother. There has to be harsh punishment for these types of terrible actions, or it would just continue to increase. That's what I'm saying. Like, another comment that says, the guy pled not guilty. I don't know how you're going to be able to beat those charges. Another one that says, we knew hedge clippers were so who knew hedge clippers were so versatile? It says, good police work. Another one that says, that's a bolt cutter, not hedge trimmers. Another comment, it says, thankfully the cops arrived before the person who was holding her hostage came back. If he would have heard her scream, who knows what could have happened. Like, what was his plan? Like, how to, like I can't get into that kind of mental state, so I just can't imagine what was he planning to do. Like,
okay, here's a scenario. She's not letting him see his kids. He invites her over, chains her up, and then goes to spend time with the kids while she's locked away and can't do anything about it.
Dun, dun, dun. That's a twist.
You said you couldn't wrap your mind around someone doing something like that, but all of a sudden you could wrap your mind around that, though.
It sounds like Robot Chicken. I think about Robot Chicken with that story. It's like,
but remember, I'm a writer. I'm a writer. Yeah. It's my job to wrap my head around psychotic shit sometimes.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time with this one. I'm drawing a blank.
I've got some villains that I wrote about in some of my stories that disturbed me so much, I put the story away. It put my head in such a bad place. My son almost turned one of my notebooks into his teachers and stuff because the notebook was a handwritten notebook from the mind of the character that I'm talking about, who was a serial killer. And he literally justified it. The notebook I was writing were his internal justifications for doing his homicides and his plans and stuff like that. So when I was writing him later, I could refer back to that, to his mental state and what he was thinking and all that going through there. And it freaked my friggin' 13-year-old son out so bad, he was scared of me for a year. So it all came out that I was a writer and I was writing a villain, and I showed him where I was writing the story about the villain. And then I pulled out a couple of other notebooks to show him good guys and bad guys and other stories that I wrote. And he's like, oh, you're just psycho. You're not really psycho. I'm like, yeah. And then we were better after that. But I'll tell you, for a year, he minded me.
Oh, man. I guess that's one way to go at it. I want to do this now. This is the last story for sure. Check it out. It says 655 inmates have been evacuated from Huntsville prison due to a fire. The fire started just about 2:30 a.m. Officials said no injuries have been reported so far. So this is a nightmare scenario, to be in jail and then there be a fire. Like, you can't get out. You're locked up. Remember when there was burglar bars on everybody's houses? Was that like in the 90s? That was like in the 90s, right? Like everybody had burglar bars.
I guess the year depended upon the neighborhood you lived in.
Yeah, well, it seemed like everybody had burglar bars, no matter what.
To me, that's a sign of a neighborhood I don't want to move into.
But it was nice neighborhoods too. Everyone had them. It was just really common.
Well, if you'll look, it's not as much the ones in the deeper parts of the neighborhood as it are the first, say, 10 or 15 houses from the main entryways from main roads.
Well, nowadays you don't see burglar bars hardly at all, but There was a time.
Well, we've been house shopping, and the houses we've been shopping are in the 1 to 150 area. So yeah, we see lots of burglar bars, man.
Well, what I'm saying is you saw them a lot. I want to say it was the 90s. They were like everywhere. Like it seemed like every house had them. And I never liked them.
We took down the wall and then barred ourselves in our homes.
Yeah, that's crazy talk. Because I lived in a house that had burglar bars at one time. And it was only one of them that would open. Like there was like a key or something that you could open. It was one of the windows. I want to say it was only one that you could open. All the rest of them could not be opened, from the inside or the outside. They could not be opened. And it was like I was always against them because I'm like, if a fire breaks out and you're in the wrong part of the house and you can't get to the one that can open, you're triple screwed. So anyways, this story makes me think about that. Let's play this.
Hear the sirens behind me. A lot of crews have responded to this. They're still working to get it out. You can see there's smoke coming from the top of the roof right now. They're up on that ladder truck, continuing to pour water here onto the penitentiary here in Huntsville, the Walls unit.
I would say that it's still an active event. We're still chasing some small fires in some concealed spaces and trying to get a handle on those.
Approximately 655 inmates have been evacuated onto a secure location in this facility.
Unit out to the Walls unit. At this time, there's going to be smoke coming from the west building. They're able to see it from the A picket. It's a 4-story cell block. They're evacuating now.
Ladder 91, I have flames venting through the roof.
You can probably hear the sirens behind me. A lot of crews have responded to this. They're still working.
What a nightmare, And this story jumps out at me because I have family that lives in Riverside, Texas, and it's right outside of Huntsville. Basically, everybody who lives in that area works in the prison because there's nowhere else to work. You either work in the prison or you work in like a convenience store or something. And basically, that's it. That guy has a mustache. He got a serious ass mustache, doesn't he? Anyways, that's distracting. That dude's mustache is distracting me. Yeah, so anyways, this story is scary, man. Like you freaking locked up and it's fucking fire and you can't and you already know they don't care about you because you're a prisoner. If fire breaks out, the first thing you're gonna think is be like, they're gonna let me burn in here. Nobody's coming to save me. And there's nothing I could do to like protect myself or get out or whatever. It says, let's read a comment. It says, okay, so barely half the prisoners got moved to another side of the same prison that's still on fire. Wow, good job, Houston. Shaking my head. So they care more about somebody getting escaped from prison than their safety.
No, that's not a one building prison.
Yeah, it's
moving
huge.
to another part of the facility means they're not going to be moving them to another part of a building that's on fire. And even if they do, it's going to be in an area that's completely safe once they've controlled the fire. And by the way, Cuba, calling that a Houston problem is like saying you're one of the Florida Keys. So,
Yeah, because Huntsville is well outside of Houston. Like
it's not even in the same voting districts.
Yeah, it's a good drive. It's 2 hours. I want to say hour and it's like 2 hours. It's a good drive.
Yeah, I mean it's as far as like I think Austin is, or almost as far as Austin, almost twice as far as it is to get down to the beach.
Yeah, we used to drive back and forth all the time, so I can't remember.
I drive 2 hours to Texas Renaissance Festival from where I'm at, and Huntsville's a lot farther than that.
Yeah, so that's why I say 2.5, maybe 2.5 hours. Because I can't quite remember. We drove back and forth so much, but I remember being in the car for a while every time. So it's a real drive.
Stephen F. Austin in Nacogdoches is North Houston.
Yeah. Yeah. It's totally different. They talk totally different. Like it's not Houston at all. It's like it's not Houston. It's like calling it.
No, it's Houston. It's Houston here. It's Houston up there. You hear that H a little more.
Yeah. Yeah. I got family members out there and I can barely understand them. They talk so different. It's hard to understand them. They're speaking English, but it's very difficult to understand them for me. And I've heard them talk my whole life and I still struggle with understanding them. Oh, man. Another comment that says, evacuated to the same facility. What? Another comment that says, it's time for the Walls unit to be rebuilt or knocked down anyways. Just glad nobody got hurt. Oldest unit in Texas. Another comment that says, someone's hot plate must have blown up.
Insurance.
What if the inmates were the ones who freaking started the fire? Like on purpose? Because I know whenever they're doing like a riot or something.
Let's see over the next week whether or not they're all still there and all still alive over this.
And what are the conditions? You know, are they going to clean it up? Or are they just going to send the inmates right back into the damn burnt up ass building? Have them breathing in freaking, I don't know, asbestos.
No, they really can't do that because they have to clean it up to make sure it's secure. They can't return them back there unless they know it's secure. Which means all the electronics, all the electric gates, all that stuff has to work through the main system. They can't go back to a key lock system and stuff like that because it ain't safe.
Okay, that makes sense.
See, I'm really leaning toward insurance in this because it is a corporate prison. It's not a state prison. It is a state prison, but it's a non-government owned prison.
Yeah, it's private.
So this would be a good way to grab some insurance real quick. You got relief money to take care of them and get more money to hold on to during the process of the rebuilding. And then while we're doing that, we might as well update a couple more buildings with that money, right?
Right.
Oh, and don't forget the 20% goes back to our shareholders.
Right. Everybody gets something, except for the inmates, because they're probably not going to update the inmate housing facilities. You know, the warden going to probably get him a new something.
Here's what I would do as governor of Texas right now, before any of this settles. I want to take the top 10% of the people that were the closest to release and give them all their parole hearings. And then another 10% after that, until you drop that population about 15 or 20% while all that rebuilding's going on.
I doubt if they're going to do that.
Let out the ones. Well, see, it's in their benefit though. It's in the state's benefit because if they're out on parole, they're paying their parole officers.
Yeah, but they make more money off of them being in there. That's the reason why they like to keep them.
The private industry makes more money because they're already paid for by the government. Once they're out of the private system, they are now bringing tax money from working, money from their fines, money from that parole officers. They're putting money back into the state now instead of pulling money out of the state. So it would be in the state's best interest to go ahead and drop 10, 15% of these guys. And like I'm saying, I'm not talking about crazy killers and wackadoos. I'm talking about people that are up to be paroled anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, well,
just
it's
2 months, instead of 2 months from now, it's 3 months from now, 6 months from now. It's like, look, man, God gave you a chance. You got a chance to get out early and do right. Take it or not. We're offering. But you still have to pass your parole board hearing.
Yeah, well, like I say, I don't see it because you know, it's a lot of shady stuff going on with the kickbacks and stuff. So like the government can be making less money, but you have the administrators, the people who work in those positions who are probably making money on the side, under the table, all this shady shit.
Well, see, here's the wonderful situation about that. You know how long it would take to fill 15% of that prison right back up?
No time at all.
6 months, maybe.
Yeah.
Like I said, win, because you got new fresh money contracts coming in from the state to pay for it, and you got the people out there actually making the money and stuff like that to generate the income to pay for it.
Mm.
I mean, if they're going to turn these into a mouse wheel, this revolution wagon wheel, escalating door, why don't we just go ahead and say the quiet stuff out loud and turn it into a damn revolving door?
Let me read a couple more comments.
Every time you go into a prison, it should go cha-ching, and every time you walk out of the prison, the door when it closes should go cha-ching.
I'm sure it does do that. I'm sure it does do that. It's like one of them dog whistles, though. Only certain people can hear it.
and you know me, I'm not a soft on crime kind of guy when it comes to a lot of things. But like I said, it's a win-win for everybody, man. Get these people. We need to get these stupid people right now that think they're invincible because they don't go to jail. We need to put them in jail. We need to let people who have been in jail come out and go, well, maybe I don't want to be there again. Because right now, we've got a whole bunch of people. We got a bunch of younger criminals that have been in jail 40 times and just told, don't do that again. You just had a bad upbringing. We're going to give you another chance. And we got another bunch of them that are like, well, no bail, blah, blah, blah. We're not, it's just been a bad few years. We're going to give you too many chances are being given to the ones that need to spend 6 months in jail because they're not getting that lesson.
Well, you know where,
and you know what I mean about that lesson.
I hear you, but
you're a dumbass. You committed a crime. You know, and I'm not talking about the ones that are going in there for 10 years over stupid stuff. I'm talking about these ones that, you know, fuck you, cop. I'm not gonna do what you say. Smacks a cop and needs to be put in jail for a few months. There are people out there that are not receiving consequences for their actions, while we can get people who have paid the consequences for their actions back out in society where they belong, to where they might just have a chance to not go back.
Let me read a couple more comments. It says, this unit doesn't have AC. It's the oldest prison in Texas, and they have never had indoor climate. It's a human oven. Another comment, it says, the world coming to an end, everything catching on fire, hell on earth. Another comment, it says, the prison isn't completely connected. TDCJ, not crazy. They don't want lawsuits for wrongful death. People say anything on the internet. Another comment, it says, baby Clyde gone. Another comment, it says, that Confederate mustache. See, somebody else noticed the mustache. Another comment, it says, I wonder who got away. If anybody got away, that shit would be on the news. Another comment, it says, let my son's killer burn. What? So this person must have somebody. This person got personal. They must have somebody that's in that prison.
Hey,
wow,
that's one of the sides of these stories that I always keep in mind when I talk about these things too. You know, yeah. The next guy's pretty bad too, but you know they don't always keep all of those. Now, again, I got a problem with our system being used to incarcerate and to punish and to take revenge rather than to attempt to rehabilitate.
Yeah. So, you know, I'm a crazy leftist when it comes to the prisons because I'm leaning towards abolish prisons, like not necessarily doing that actually, but going in that direction.
Like I said, turn them into rehabilitation centers, not incarceration centers.
Yeah,
but
because that's what
there's
it should
still
be
a group
doing.
of people. There's still a group of people that will never be able to reintegrate with society again. We will always have the need to have a place to keep those people that are so dangerous to the common man that they can't be let out amongst them. There are true animals. There are true evil in this world.
I think so, but
I will never deny that.
I think it's just a very small number.
I think it's a lot larger than you think it is, but it's not as big as they think it is.
Next comment, it says, let the pedophiles, murderers, and rapists burn to death. Save us the trouble and the tax money. Another comment, it says, they need to evacuate to another facility. What the H? Praying for these inmates. Another comment, it says, great. We'll have escapees all over town soon. Another one that says, this is Huntsville State Penitentiary, not a Houston jail. To clear it up for the guy, the other earlier comments. Another comment it says they need to have a day pass at Splashtown and spring improper treatment of future taxpayers. Prayers for these people. I'm happy to hear that, some of these comments are, thinking about the inmates, and it's not just freaking, let them all die and burn.
Well, see, that's the thing. As crazy as it is, most conservatives aren't really comfortable with people dying. I mean, they may stand for the death penalty, which I do not approve of the death penalty, but until I can find or figure some balance between death penalty and $80,000 a year on the taxpayer's dollar, until I can think of something better, I really just try to stay out of that conversation, But I will always say, right now, corporal punishment is not being used as a punishment for what you did, but a revenge.
Mm-hmm.
It's being used on people that have a chance to contribute to society, even be it from behind bars. They have a chance to do something to change. It should only be reserved for the people that are so horrific that they will never be integrated. These are the ones that not only have they killed and wrecked on the outside, but when they get inside, they do as bad or worse. They are truly unable to be kept in any situation of social awareness, of social integration. I mean, at least that's what I thought the modern death penalty was for. The old death penalty was like, I don't like him. What did he do? He spit on my shoe. Oh, he assaulted you. Okay, yeah, you can shoot him if you want.
Yeah. Couple of questions before we go. What do you think about you had Trump with the mugshot came out. You had the Tucker Carlson doing the interview the same time as the Republican debates that happened this past week. Any comments on any of that?
No, I didn't watch Tucker Carlson and all that, but I'll tell you the truth. If he really wants to start making the journey toward journalist, he would have let that go. He would have let that play and then started his show right afterwards and done commentary.
Well, the interview was filmed beforehand, and he released it right after the.
I think that if he really wants people to be involved in politics, that was a bad call. That was a me moment, not a let's see what these people, let's see what these people that want to lead our country have to say. And I've always felt Tucker Carlson was kind of more along that kind of message. I'm going to make fun of anything they say, but let's see what they have to say first. And what he did was he distracted from the discussion. He said, "Oh, let's not look at what they're saying. Let's watch me right now." Sorry, that was a swing and a miss for me, Tucker.
And I started the show off today because the name of it is "The World Will Be Destroyed by Fire." At least that's what I meant to make it the name of. It was a play on words, but it also related to like the, it being hot. But, people are saying this more and more about, like Revelations or whatever. I read a couple of Bible quotes about, it said the world was destroyed by water the last time, and the next time it will be by fire, right? And you got all in the news with the wildfires. We just covered the story of the fire in the prison. And it's hot, What do you think about that?
I think simple minds are easily amused.
Okay.
I think people that are falling into it's Revelations, it's Revelations, are very simple minds that are easily amused. There's a whole lot other things in the scriptures that tell us will precede all of this. The end of the world Revelations has been decried to at least every 4 to 6 years since I turned 12 or 13 and actually started seeing stuff about it and became a writer of science fiction fantasy, and it was actually one of the tropes used, end of the world, which, a couple of great movies about end of the world, you into 80s action. Arnie had one. It was pretty cool. I think that was more 90s. But, a lot of the people that are decrying, yelling, "Oh, well, it says it's times of Revelations." If you click on their homepage or interactions, look at another group, they're arguing that they're atheists. But they're turning around and going, "Oh, well, Revelations. People are going Revelations," but you look at the people and they're not in a bad shape or anything, or they're horror people that feel like the world is already against them anyway. And this gives them an excuse to escape the accountability of doing anything because, well, if the world's turning to evil and it's going to end, why should I bother striving?
And improving myself. And
they forget the line of God helps those who help themselves.
Mm-hmm.
It is actually okay to be selfish to a point when you are taking care of your own needs. Because taking care of your own needs is your responsibility to God. Your responsibility to other people beyond God comes when you have enough and you have some to give. The tithe is not supposed to go to the church. It's supposed to go to people.
Mm-hmm.
It is supposed to be to spreading his word. And his word is help feed, help clothe. It's do things for those who have the least. It's not send your money to God, here's my address. It's not we are a house of God. We deserve to not be taxed. Yes, you do. You're selling a product. You're not a house. You've not been a house of God. If you tap a King James Bible in front of me, I'm going to tell you right now, you are not technically a legitimate house of God. You are a house of King James, the man that wrote the book that you're quoting from. Well, these are God's words, chosen by King James so he could get a divorce because the Catholic Church pissed him off.
Yeah, well, I've been seeing it's catching fire, to catch the pun, but it's catching fire over the internet. The idea of, all of these wildfires and God is punishing man and
Okay, psychologically speaking, we think fire, we think heat, we think anger. We think mad, we think fury, we think passion. They're literally setting up an echo chamber to where we're all, no pun intended, on a hair trigger fuse. If we're all so worried about the world, okay, you don't remember growing up during the nuclear missile drills.
I do. I remember that.
Okay.
I mean, it was a little before my time, but
do you realize that drill is the exact same drill for tornadoes? It is the exact same drill for hurricanes. It is the exact same drill for school shooters.
Yeah.
It's just the same thing. It is fear being ingrained in us from an early age.
Yep.
Run and hide. Let Big Brother protect you. The government is good. He is your sugar daddy.
Fear, fear, fear. Threat level red.
Like I said, now, threat level red. Red. See, you've got red in the brain, right? Bam. Anxious, fire, passion, caution, red alert, flashing lights. Now let's do something in the media that the entire media tells you should be pissed off, and you can get relief from this. You can get this fire out of your system if you go and protest it right now. And what happens?
Well, another thing you just said that made me think, because you were talking about King James Version, people are talking about they should make Trump king.
Now, I don't, no. Please do not say that way. No, there are articles out there where people have referred to him or tried to refer to him as king. There is nobody wanting to make him a king.
I don't know. I played a clip earlier before you came on where this guy was saying exactly that. He said, I think we should make Trump king. He said those exact words.
Then I would like to refer him to England and have him pay his tea taxes for the last lifetime of his.
Yeah. Crazy times. I mean, like, if they care about democracy or they care about, I don't know, the Republic, the Constitution, any of that stuff, you talking about king, that's totally not that. That is totally something else.
Do you know why I kind of trust 45 more than most of the others? Because as much of his stupid ignorance is, and all the stuff he did, he's one man. He's not a conglomerate or a conglomerate of oligarchs of faceless oligarchs behind a man that can barely string a sentence together. He's just an individual man that can barely string a sentence together. We knew who he was. We know what was behind him. We saw it creeping up over the top of his head. I mean, I really wanted that thing to start going, "Hi, guys, how you doing?" I mean, because I'm sure that toupee of his can talk. But seriously, he said he comes out and starts out with going, "Hey, man, all of you guys up here don't want to say the system is rigged, but you know it is." And they still say, "Well, the system's not rigged." And it's like, yes, it is. We've actually known this since the 80s or so. Gen X found out that the system was rigged. Half of the generation check the fuck out. I mean, they actually wrote a song that became an anthem, Waiting for the World to Change. The problem is now they realize, well, the world has changed, and since they had nothing to do with it, it didn't exactly go the way they wanted it to. But like I'm saying, I admire 45 for the fact that I can look at him and know that moron is that moron. I look at the other one and go, I don't know who's behind you. And I feel better about it because I feel like the country's was a little less run by corporations and media for just a little bit amount of time. I mean, it's kind of like, I can't even really think of one. I mean, ever since Ronald Reagan, actually ever since John Kennedy, we have pretty much become a celebrity president club. Every single president, or most of them, yet Carter not so much, had some claim to fame. You know, Kennedy everybody just loved him. I mean, Kennedy was the first Obama. He was the man that could walk into any circle and come out looking better no matter what the decision was made. He was articulate. He was a communicator. He was someone that brought people together. I mean, even if you didn't like him, you would sit and listen to him talk because that motherfucker could talk. I'll tell you the truth. He probably could have made more money being a motivational speaker.
I want to play this clip right here because you know I got the 2 strikes on the main YouTube channel, and I haven't been able to post on there. It's well over a week now. I won't be able to post for another, I don't know, 5-6 days or so. But there's a video that keeps getting views on the channel, and that's this one. I want to play it right quick because it's kind of related to what we're saying.
He didn't get an Emmy for his TV program 3 years in a row, and he started tweeting that the Emmys were rigged.
Should have gotten it.
This is a mindset. This is how Donald thinks. And there was even a time when he didn't get an Emmy for his TV program 3 years in a row, and he started tweeting that the Emmys were rigged.
Do you realize that only makes a point? That only makes a point for his defense, not his guilt.
What do you mean? Explain. I named it Trump's mindset, and it's been getting a lot of comments.
Look, here's the thing. Here's the thing you have to realize. They don't have to, at this point.
Do you know what makes
time,
this post so crazy?
My first big check, though.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Nothing 45 really did was technically criminal if at all times he actually believed that he was cheating. Everything he did was proper action in order to challenge a rigged election and stuff like that. The only way that they can knock him down, especially on all these conspiracy ones, is to have enough people to prove that he was just pulling it out of his ass, that he didn't believe he was cheated. It's a mindset problem, which she's saying, if he loses, you got to realize this is another one like Beto who failed upwards. I mean, and once he got going, he actually almost everything he did turned to gold. which is why he made a lot of money, which is why he got what he got. But the thing about all the charges is what he did, the processes he went through were only technically criminal if he did not believe that he was cheated or had lost.
And they're going to have a hard time proving that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This whole indictment thing, all of that, you know, some of it may stink, but none of it's going to get past the higher courts. It's all smoke and mirrors. It's all trying to stop him. It's all trying to beat him in the election before the election ever takes place, which is how they beat him before.
Let me play this one. This is another one that keeps getting plays. Check it. Oh shit, I fucked up.
Saying that you're necessarily going to be the loser or the winner, but that the loser concedes to the winner and that the country comes together in part for the good of the country. Are you saying you're not prepared now to
What
commit
I'm
to that
saying
principle?
is that I will tell you at the time. I'll keep you in suspense.
Saying that you're necessarily going to be the loser or the winner, but that the loser concedes to the winner and that the country comes together in part for the good of the country. Are you saying you're not prepared now to
What
commit
I'm
to that
saying
principle?
is that I will tell you at the time. I'll keep you in suspense.
Saying
so I named this one. Normally the
I
loser
hate
concedes.
I hate these things that are clipped out of context this way.
Well, it's called. Well, it's only 15 seconds. That's the problem with these reels. I can only use 15 seconds, but I use quite a few clips from this on there. So the name of this one is Normally the Loser Concedes to the Winner. This was them asking him, you know, if you lost the election, you know, would you concede? You know, and his answer was, I'll keep you in suspense. You know, so, and this was during the debate with Hillary Clinton before he won that first time, you know, so it's relevant to today because, you know, when he lost to Biden, he never conceded. He still hasn't conceded to this day.
No, and that's the whole thing. That's what I'm trying to explain about what's going on and how difficult this is, and why I think they deliberately picked these charges, because it's something that has to be investigated and pulled out. It's something that won't go away unless he concedes. But if he concedes, he's automatically claiming that everything he does, they're blaming him for, he's guilty on, because he knows he lost. He can't concede now. He's going to have to be told by the court, you must concede.
Let me read some comments that was underneath this. It says, Trump 24, we need you bad, T. Another one, it says, a loser that keeps losing will always be a loser. Another comment, it says, in other words, I don't care about the good of the country. I care about winning, even if I need to cheat. Another comment, it says, I love Trump, best president I ever had. I had Reagan as a little kid and only remember Bush, Clinton, Bush, Obama, Trump, and Biden. I swear Trump was the first honest and tough, tell it like it is president I ever had. He is a gift to the country for all Americans. Another one, it says, you can relax. Trump needs to go pay his debt to society for his wrongdoings, just like any other American citizen would have to. Nobody is above the law, and if you say he's done nothing wrong, I'm going to throw up. Another one, it says, narcissist demons never admit defeat.
Well, and that guy up there, here we go. As much as I agree that there's some shady and fucked up shit that Homeboy has done, you notice I'm not convicting him of anything in my mind or yet. We are a country of let's play it out in court. And we have to do that. Because if we as the people start influencing media and the justice system to do what we want, it is no longer a free country. It is a country by the mob rules. And that's we know we don't want that, because all it takes is one shift in politics or presentation, and all of a sudden this entire group of people is shut out and in the wrong because, well, that's the will of the people, right?
Yeah.
I mean, imagine some of the laws that would be in place right now. How much free speech would be inflicted, would be corrupted if some of those laws from 2020, 21, 22 popped up. Some of these state laws about if you don't call someone by their pronoun, it's a hate crime, you know, and you can go to jail for misgendering. And I'm not even going into some of the other stuff. I use that one. That, by the way, that one got shut down by the Supreme Court of the state, of actual California state. Went, yeah, that's a little too far.
Yeah, I saw that. I think I covered that.
But it is very useful, the very fact that it got voted up to the point where it had to go to the Supreme Court. But that is a mob rules kind of law that I'm talking about, and it's a perfect example of what could happen if mob rules. The Supreme Court shut that down, but it got voted in, and it was going to get voted in at the state level. But the state Supreme Court went, yeah, no, we can't exactly do that, guys. And if they hadn't have done it, the country Supreme Court sure would have. I mean, it got, it was 2 more steps after that one to get to the Supreme Court. It got that high in our court system.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why we need these checks and balances. That's why we need the 3-tiered system, the electoral system. It all works towards making sure that the average person actually has a voice instead of mob culture, you know, kind of the most popular one always wins. Because you know what's going to happen if that starts, right? Corporations are going to start paying actors to play the president.
Crazy.
You know it, though. You know that'll happen if it starts going that way.
Let me read a couple more comments.
Who wouldn't vote for Keanu Reeves to be president?
Yep. Another comment, it says, he knew he wouldn't concede. Another one, it says, ha ha, yeah, and now Jack Smith is keeping him in suspense. Another comment, it says, Chris Wallace didn't allow a debate to take place between the candidates. Wallace protected Biden. He did allow an exchange of ideas between the two. Rewatch it. Another comment, Trump 2024. Another one, it says, make him go away forever, please. They're back. Another one, it says, spoiled child. Another one, it says, stop already. I like this. I'm going to do this more often.
Like I say, Trump was done. 45 is done. He is too controversial. He is too combative. And no offense, he has actually shown personality traits beyond obnoxious politician frat boy, to the point where instead of me just thinking he's a jackass, I don't even worry about him anymore. He's the kind of guy that when he knows you, it's like, he goes, hey, dude, what's up? You just go, hey, yeah, and you walk the other way. I mean, he's dangerous. He's bad for the country, not because of necessarily him being 45. He's bad for the country because he's such a controversial figure nothing can get done. His entire presidency got wasted because everyone, media and Congress alike, were so busy on fighting everything that he did, no matter what it was. They couldn't see any good in anything that he did. And then even when he tried to do something good, they would block it and go, well, we're not going to let you do this unless you stop this. I get it. And yet he still did things that he's not given any credit for on a daily basis. And he's still blamed for things like, well, he told all of his people that you should drink bleach. And then some ignorant people actually drank bleach because they're too stupid. And it's all, see, he tells his people to drink bleach, and they do it. It's like,
and that's what I hate about our partisan politics, because you cannot like Trump, and that's fine, but can you acknowledge some of the stuff that he did that was good? And on the other side, like, you cannot like Trump, and Biden, and that's fine. But can you acknowledge some of the stuff that he's done that is good? Just because you are in whatever camp doesn't mean you have to like disregard, the realities of the situations. You know what I mean? The truth, just back your guy no matter what, and just all of your logic, all of your integrity, all your character, just throw that all the way out the window just to back your guy.
On the other day, I don't want to back my guy. I want to call my guy out for every mistake that they made. I want to say, thank you. You did this well. But what about here?
Yeah.
Thank you. You did a good job with this. I acknowledge what you have brought. Now, this is what we as Americans are asking for.
Right. So that's focusing on improving, making it better, because no matter what, things can be better.
You compliment if someone's not doing what you want, a good manager will compliment them for the good things that they do, and then address the weaknesses in their performance.
Right.
You start that conversation out on a high note. You go, at least you made 3 good sentences in a row today. But what about finding your way off the stage without help? I mean, we have room to improve here, but you did a good job to start with.
I want to read the comments from the other video I played right quick. It says, the Emmy, the government, the Electoral College, over 30 news stations, and now the FBI, Trump thinks everything is rigged. Another one, it says, you gotta love this guy, though. Another one, it says, he should have gotten that Emmy. That's pretty funny. Another one, it says, LOL, he should have gotten it. Another comment, it says, you said it, Hillary. Another one, it says, pot talking about kettle. And another one, it says, what a sick woman. So glad she did not make it to the White House. Anyways, we got to wrap it. It's 5 a.m. I got 4 hours till I got to get up and go to work and work a double. So I got to get out of here. I should have been gone hours ago. So thank y'all for listening. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for the comments on Rumble and YouTube. And we'll be back tomorrow. I'm going to be exhausted, but I'll be here. So, peace and love, y'all. I'm out.